City Attorney, what's the reportable action today?
No reportable action, Mr. Mayor.
That we will adjourn our Selma City Council special meeting, and sorry to do this, everybody. We're going to take one brief 5-minute break and we'll come right back and start our meeting. Thank you. It's August 5th, 2025, and it's 6:12 p.m. in the Selma City Council Chambers, 1710 Tucker Street, Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 1301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-686-4505. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Notice to meeting attendees, members of the audience shall not engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, including the utterance of threatening or abusive language or other acts which disturb, disrupt, or impede or otherwise render the orderly conduct of a city council meeting infeasible. Tonight's invocation is by Pastor Paul Mesa of the Trinity of Life Church. Pastor? You do. The light should be green.
The light's green now.
You've succeeded.
Last week or last time I did it, I went home and I was expecting my wife to say, "Great job." but she said you forgot to turn the mic on.
That won't
God
happen.
bless you. It's good to see all of you. I pray that all is well with you and your family, those before me and those behind me. Let us pray. Dear Lord, I thank you for this day that you have blessed us with and also for your continual daily blessings for all of us. As school begins next week, I pray for all our school district leaders. I pray you lead them, bless them, watch over them, protect them. I pray for all of our schools from elementary to high school and every single principal, teacher, and every employee at every school site. Watch over them, protect them, and bless them with daily strength to perform the work that is needed. Also, watch over and protect and bless all of our lovely, good students that we have. Bless them, Lord, throughout our district. I pray for a successful school year for Selma Unified. And together, Lord, we thank you for our wonderful city. We are so grateful for all our businesses, big and small, our chain businesses, as well as our mom and pop shops. We thank you for the Selma Police and Fire Department. We pray that you bless them, protect them, watch over them. We thank you for all our city officials and all the families and individuals that make our city great. Finally, I pray that God would bless this meeting. May his spirit and wisdom lead the city officials to make good, blessed decisions to bless and enhance our city. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I pray. Amen and amen.
Amen.
God
Thank you,
bless you.
Pastor. Everybody stand, please.
Please stand for a flag of season. Legion, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos.
Here.
Councilmember Oseguera.
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest can now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54954.2B. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item not on the regular meeting agenda over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not in the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have anyone with any oral communications at this time? Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you.
This is Nathan. He made a major impact in the Selma community over this past week. He was on the corner of McCall and Rose selling individual items to raise clothing for his new school year. We had shared a post on News Around Selma, and eventually the city of Selma got involved and started donating. Within 4 hours, we raised $450. And to even it out, I put in an extra $50 to make it an even 500. And the only reason why I did do this is because Nathan is only 14 years old. He is from Selma. He will be attending Selma High School this year as a freshman. And I just basically tried to take matters into my own hands. And God willingly, things had succeeded, and there was somebody else in the audience that came up upon us while we were cashing out at Ross, and we were kind of a little bit over budget, and our Ross checkout. So
Awesome.
with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Nathan, and you guys questions, and I do appreciate.
And then you are Isaac Garza.
I'm sorry, yeah, Isaac Garza.
Tell us a little bit about your background in Selma too.
My background in Selma, we did a couple Operation Santa within the community for about 3-4 years. We sponsored about 4 families every single year. We gained large amount of donations throughout November, December. And we actually got the Selma Fire Department involved. We got the Selma Police Department involved, and even the mayor. I'm not saying he was Santa Claus, but
But I wasn't the Grinch either.
yeah, so we did do that. We circled around Selma to 4 houses every single year. We blessed every single family. Rather it have been through their PG&E bill or rent or anything of that sort. We did actually donate dinner and presents among every child that came around Fortner's towing truck while we were out and about in Selma.
Awesome. Thank you for everything you do for our community. Nathan, step up here and tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Nathan. I'm 14 years old, and I have 2 brothers. I like to play football.
And you didn't have enough funds for school supplies, school clothes, so you didn't just sit there upset about it. What did you do? Took action, right? Decided to do something. Decided to do something about what did you decide to do?
I decided to sell water bottles.
Very good. So you are an entrepreneur at heart, and you see when you need you know, we all pray to the Lord, and the Lord provides, and he puts it in us to do what we need to do sometimes. And did you feel inspired to go do that? And how do you feel about your community after you went out and you have this incredible upswell of support?
So I felt surprised, I felt excited, and I felt happy.
You feel like you have a family too, don't you? A larger family. I love that about Selma too. You know, we're not all all wealthy here. We have lower income per capita than a lot of cities around here, but I think our hearts per capita are just as big as anyone's and maybe even larger. And we really showed that with coming out to support a young entrepreneur and a young man like Nathan, a member of our city. Council have any questions before or any comments before we ask Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Garza to come up for a picture?
Oh, I just want to say, Nathan, you're just amazing. And I'll tell you I mean, I've said this many times, but our community, our citizens here have such great hearts and they're always willing to give. And I'll tell you one thing about Isaac Garza, he's got a heart of gold. He has done so much for our city to give, I would say probably God, I would say a good 100 people, 100 kids, presents, gifts that they wouldn't have had. And he's also a blessing here in our city. But I'll tell you, our citizens here have big hearts. And one thing we always say is we always come together. So what I want to do for you is, I know you're going to want a yearbook. So I want to buy that for you when you start school, okay?
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Good luck in your freshman year. Come on up and get a picture with the council. Can we have someone take a picture of great folks? Come on. Isaac, come on up. Doing over there.
You're in the thing, John.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Good job. You keep us posted about how your year's going, your first year in high school. Way to go. Okay, with that, we have, we're still in oral communications. Does anybody else have a comment they would like to make at this time? Come on up. Anybody online or on the phone with a comment? Oh, we have someone here.
Yeah, is the mic on?
It
Yeah,
is.
okay. My name's Jesse Lujan. I've been a Selma resident my whole life. And I've been going through some stuff here and I'm kind of at the end of my rope, don't know where to turn. So I want to bring it to you guys' attention because the avenues I've been taking are obviously not working. You guys are all aware of the project, the sewer line project, right? Well, I farm 100 acres on Floral. Where the initial development is, that was my great grandfather's property, then my grandfather's. We ran it. That's where we grew up. That's what we do. We farm. I only have 3 minutes, so I don't want to get too into the woods. But initially, when they started the project started down Nebraska, coming all the way around down Amber to Floral. I was in contact with the engineers, with the project managers from Dawson Walden, with everybody that was on that project. They continued to continuously break the pipeline all the way down to Furl Avenue, which became the big issue. So they cut our water for several weeks because they said if the pipeline got water in it, it would shift, or excuse me, the sewer line got water in it, it would shift and it wouldn't work right. So they had to kill our water. Mind you, I'm not the only farmer on that line. There's several farmers on that line. So we kill the water. We're in communications with them. We're going back and forth. Me personally, I'm running around, I'm shutting off gates to try to help Dawson Walden. They're sticking balloons in the concrete pipes. The balloons are busting. The balloons cost $2,800 each balloon. They busted 4 of them. The whole time, all we wanted them to do was put a gate in. The $400 gate would have avoided all these problems. And to this day, these problems still continue and the gate is still not fixed. I came down, I sat with Jerome and David. Jerome guaranteed me that they were gonna do whatever they could to get this thing fixed. So they started working on the pipeline. They worked day and night. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to have people work 24 hours around the clock. I'm pretty sure it's a prevailing wage. It may not be a prevailing wage, but it's a lot of money. And it's wasted money because all we needed was a gate. Okay? So they said they were gonna get the gate. They were gonna do all that. We never got the gate. So a farmer turns his water on 2 weeks ago. Guess what? The pipeline explodes. The street's flooded. Does anybody go out there to stop it? No. Does anybody go out there to put cones up or do anything? No. I had to come to the city. I met Michael for the first time and I appreciate your help. He got out there the same day, blocked the road off. What happens if some kid drives down that road? They drive down that road very fast. I've had a son, lost a son in a car accident. What happens if somebody's kid drives down there and gets killed? Over the same pipeline that we've been discussing for months. Okay? That's not the end of it. They initially said if that pipeline got water, it would be ruined, or that sewer line. It would be ruined. The water's still running right now. It's still flooding. Still flooding. I could take you guys all out there right now and I can show you the flood.
Got it.
For a $400 gate. So there's somehow, there's some serious miscommunication.
Thank you, Mr. Luan. Appreciate it. I got it. Deputy City Manager, what is the status of the issue? Or city engineer or public works director?
So the gate in question is damaged. I can tell you that when Jess came to City Hall last week, we went out, met on site. I had no information about what had happened out there. A couple of things to keep in mind. Number one is that CID has infrastructure running all over, in and through and under our right of ways. CID is not a member of 811. They don't have to be. And so when we go out and do projects, that CID infrastructure is in that vicinity or what we call the zone of influence, it's up to the contractor to just locate it. When you don't know where that pipe is and it's old concrete pipe, as they're digging the sewer main, that pipe got broke. That's what caused the original flood. From what I understood from the meetings that we had on site with Jess and with the farmer that's currently running water, we had a follow-up meeting that same afternoon at 2 o'clock. The information that we were given from the farmer that's actually irrigating right now is that he had 8 more days that he needed to irrigate. We agreed for liability reasons and for the safety of the public that the best deal was to close the road from Del Rey to Dockery, which was done that afternoon by Dawson Malden, until the water stops running from the farmer on the north side of the road. From what I understand, and Jess can correct me if I'm wrong, there's no way to turn the leak off. When the water is bypassing that weir gate, the pressure is building in the line across the street that belongs to Jess's family, and it's blowing valves off of his PVC line. We are currently going through the process of collecting all of the information, pictures, documentation of everything that happened, and I requested that because I need to wrap my head around how did we get to this point. So we are currently doing that. again, as far as I know, until the farmer agrees to shut the water off on the north side of the road, the water will continue to flood Jess's farm.
And he has how many more days that he needs to irrigate?
We were told when we had our meeting, not last week, well, I think it was the beginning of last week when Jess came in, correct me if I'm wrong. I was told that day in that meeting from the farmer to the north that he had 8 more days to irrigate. Ray Martinez, who is our CIP inspector for Yamabe and Horn, specifically asked that question because we needed to have an idea. The standpipe right now is so full of water where it's going through that system, you can't even see the gate from the top. So the water has to stop to get in there to do the repair. The balloons that Jess is talking about, those are called block plugs. And I can tell you that in the contract documents, it is up to the contractor to preserve any infrastructure and protect it in place that's there. So the money that was spent for Dawson Malden trying to remedy that problem, that is, as of right now, that's part of their contract. Until we get all the information and understand what's going on, that's kind of where we're at. So
And CID is playing a role in this?
CID has nothing to do with this, except
Nothing to
that
do
they
with it.
will not come out and locate any existing infrastructure. So when you start digging with that big excavator on tracks out there, you don't feel that concrete pipe. When you're digging that main, you dig right through it and it breaks. And that's when you realize, oh, hey, there's a pipe right there. So CID has no play in this at the time. The play right now is the farmers that are opening gates on the north side to irrigate their grapes is causing a bypass at the Weir Gate, which is flooding Jess's property. So there's a lot more to that story. And apologies to the farmers that are being affected because it is definitely a bad situation out there. But until we can get that water stopped from the north side, there's no way to repair that gate.
Councilman Avalos?
One more question on that note, you know, when you do infrastructure building, Malden, did they request any maps from CID? CID should have maps of those pipes. If they should have maps, they should identify where those pipes are at.
So we, as part of the plan review process for designing the Amberwood sewer line, we included CID for their major lines that they have. I believe that these are not CID lines, but these are existing irrigation lines that may be over 100 years old that are not mapped.
And
And
then,
so to that end, we work with the best information that we're provided. We went to CID. They approved the plans because I believe that we have to navigate some of their infrastructure as well. So,
did they
they
give you
reviewed-
maps?
huh?
Did they give you maps?
Absolutely. I mean, that's how we designed the plans. And so they gave us information pertaining to their infrastructure. They reviewed our plans, I believe, during the plan review process
Okay.
and signed off on the design.
And, you know, the reason why I'm asking that question, you know, is, you know, when you have maps in play when they're building a subdivision, they know there's concrete pipes, irrigation through a farmland. You know, sometimes it's, you know, common sense to contact the farmers. If you're not sure where the pipes are at, contact the farmers because the farmers know exactly where their pipes and water lines are at. Common sense, you know, tells you that. And by not, you know, I feel that maybe I'm going to ask the gentleman up here, did they contact you?
So I worked hand in hand with both Dawson Malden and some of Yamabe and Horn's engineers. I explained it to them exactly where the pipeline was at. We went over this 10 times. That's why I'm
Oh,
so
so you gave
boggled.
them
That's what my mind
description.
is so boggled. I don't understand. Once you initially, we shut all the water down. Why did you not put the gate? Why did you not put the gate then?
Well-
Why are we gonna go waste hundreds and thousands of dollars for a $400 gate? Shouldn't, I mean,
No, no,
am I
get-
wrong? I told him, I actually went out there and told him the pipeline runs just like this. Just like this. We gotta put a gate here. So nobody north could irrigate without blowing my pipeline because there's no gate to stop the water. So
There's
you
no
got
pressure
10
gate.
guys
I get it.
north side of that line. So the guy he's talking about, he can never even get water all the way to the top because the pressure goes down to mine and it blows the pipe and it leaks out. So he's never gonna finish. That water's gonna leak until the
Yeah, his
canal
pressure goes
shuts.
down. His pressure goes down.
And
I know what you're talking
I
about.
gave their construction crew my irrigation maps. They told me they didn't have any from Consolidated. That's what they said. So I gave them mine. And it's not a public line, it's not a former line, that's an CID line that was busted.
And I understand what you're talking about, Jess. I'm on story of my life. I was a farmer. I farm. I know talk about water gates, pressure, we share water irrigation with the other farmers. You turn your water off to build his pressure up. I get it. I understand the gates.
So
you don't have
docketing
those
enforcement is the
pressure
lowest
points.
point.
Water
So the
bills,
water's gonna
they're
run to the
downhill. They're
lowest
the ones
point.
downhill.
That's why the
That's-
pressure. If I
And
didn't
you blow
divert
your
that water,
valves. I get it.
if I didn't divert that water into my field, guess where it would be?
On the road.
It would be all over Dockery. It would probably be past the junior high by now. You would
No,
think somebody would shut it off and put a gate, right?
No, and I admire for your
It's just
quick
frustrating.
action.
It's
For the
very, very
safety of the-
frustrating.
For the people on that.
And at the end of the day, who's gonna pay for all that? Who's gonna pay to have these guys work 24 hours around the clock to not do the job right?
The
Who's
other que-
overseeing it? Who's responsible? That's my question.
Okay, the question is, when you had the conversation with these people, they say they're gonna put the gate in or not?
Yes, they were gonna put the gate in. When Mike and I, on Friday, when we walked up to Ray's words out of his mouth, the engineer said, I thought they fixed that gate. And Michael said, why was I not aware of any of this? You know what that tells me? That tells me there's some serious miscommunication going on. Right? If you can't call Consolidated and say, hey, you need to shut this canal gate down so we can get this fixed, that seems to be a problem.
We can't solve your problem right now at City
No, I
Council,
don't-
Jess, but thank you. Councilman Avalos called me when he was out talking with you.
There's only 3 more days of ditch water, so there's no solving the problem.
All right.
The problem's done. I just wanted to bring it to your guys' attention
But-
to make it,
I have
so
a
you
quick
guys are.
question.
Yeah,
Dawson and Malden, they're insured and bonded, correct?
That is correct.
And they're the prime contractor on this project. And
That is correct.
they would be responsible for damage that happens on this project. a
As
result
I
of
said
the-
previously, Mr. Mayor, we are going through the process of getting all of the documentation together. So Dawson Malden does a great job of pre-construction documentation. That's something they do. So we have photos of the standpipe, the condition of the weir gate before they ever even entered that standpipe. So we're going through the process, which is a due process, to make sure that we're getting all the facts together, and then we will make the determination from that, and that will be shared.
Thank you.
thank you for your time.
Appreciate that,
it.
Mr. Luan. Sorry for your trouble. Okay, anybody else with oral communications at this time? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back. Council, and move on with our first special presentation, which is the Little Miracles Christian Preschool 31 Years of Devoted Service Proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. As we prepare for the upcoming school year, the City of Selma would like to acknowledge the importance of early education, fellowship, and community. And this goes hand in hand with the speakers that we've had here with oral communications. So Little Miracles Infant Daycare has provided 31 years of devoted service. Whereas Little Miracles Christian Infant Preschool and After School Program was founded in 1994 by the Cathedral of Light, doing business as Valley Life Community Church. Their vision was to help working families in the Selma community and strive for each child to receive early childhood education and to develop important skills such as confidence, self-discipline, spiritual guidance, and the ability to work well with others. These are necessary for success throughout life. And whereas Little Miracles Christian Preschool and Childcare recognizes early education and childcare as an essential workforce for our economy that allows families access to the care they need so they can work. Quality early childhood care and education helps Selma families work while their infants, toddlers, and preschoolers and school-age children are being prepared for success and being taken care of by skilled early childhood educators to meet the needs of these families. And whereas The work of Little Miracles Christian Preschool Early Childhood Educators contributes to helping the City of Selma economy thrive now and for the future. And whereas access to affordable, quality childcare and early learning is an important part of keeping Selma a great place to raise a family and live a good life. And whereas by calling attention to the importance of quality childcare services for all children and families in our community, Little Miracles Preschool and Childcare providers are working hard to enhance the quality and availability of such services. And whereas on this year, 2025, the vision continues from Valley Life Community Church members and Little Miracles staff as we will come together to celebrate 31 years of serving the community of Selma. And be it further known that the City Council and the City of Selma hereby proclaims August 5th, 2025, a day of heartfelt gratitude to Little Miracles Christian Preschool for 31 years of devoted service. At this time, I would like to call up Pastor Jesse Alvarez, Ernestina Flores, and Cindy Gomez, all of Little Miracles Christian Infant Preschool and After School Program. They would like to say a few words.
Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the proclamation and with the hearts filled with gratitude and appreciation to the City of Selma. Standing here behind me, it's Ernestina Flores. She is our preschool director, and our assistant preschool director, Cindy Gomez. They're doing a wonderful job. Our children's ministry coordinator from Valley Life is with us today. And I just want to say thank you for the recognition. I believe that Valley Life Community Church has offered wonderful ministry opportunities, being a blessing to the community, not only through the preschool, but as well as through other community outreach of compassion. For the last several years, we've done a Family Harvest Festival where about 1,500 people came out and received all kinds of goodies and blessings, and were able to just touch and build bridges of friendship, relationship with the community. This coming Saturday, as a matter of fact, we're giving away 2,000 backpacks. They're already stuffed and filled with school supplies. We're going to have food, bounce houses, and all kinds of wonderful haircuts, activities for the children. Just another way of Valley Life Community Church continuing to let our neighbors know we love them. Jesus said the greatest commandment is to love God, and the second one is to love our neighbor. So we want to do it in a visible, tangible, real way. So thank you again. And I don't know, Miss Tina would like to say a couple of words.
Hello. So we serve the community of Selma and the nearby communities as well. We offer care for 0 to 12 years old at our center. And we are just really excited about the proclamation. We thank you guys all for the support. And we would love to continue to serve the community for 30 plus more years. And thank you all.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. It's been an honor seeing the growth of Valley Life, the vision that Valley Life had through Little Miracles Preschool. Our center ranges from the 6 weeks to the school age, and it is amazing when these families bring their children for us as infants, and they continue with us as toddlers, and then move on to preschool and our pre-kinder. And then we bus them to the public schools in the Selma area. We bus to 8 of the Selma schools. So the growth, and we develop that family relationship between the school and the parents that we serve. And it has just been an honor, and we just hope to just continue that vision.
Well, thank you for your service, and thank you for coming out tonight. Appreciate it. Let's give them a hand again. Okay, with that, we will move on to our next special presentation, which is the Placer AI demonstration.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. On the Zoom, we have Will Chambers, who's our representative from Placer AI. Jumping back to May, we had the privilege of meeting Will with a couple of council members to do a brief demonstration of their software at ICSC in Las Vegas. Staff had actually been working with Will and other of his coworkers to demo the software to understand, economic development, how some of the businesses operate within the city, but the software actually has much more capability and cross-departmental use, which is why we budgeted for it this year and why we wanted to do a demonstration to kind of get an idea of the reach that it has in terms of identifying maybe benefit of special events, use of public facilities, routes taking during an emergency, which way people are going. Those are the type of things that can be done using the software. So, Patrick, I think Will is right there. If you can make him a panelist, he will be doing a demonstration. And take it away, Will.
Hello, Selma. I'll take it. It's my turn to talk now.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for making the time for me. Thank you to Jerome for setting this up. Thank you to the council members for fitting me into the agenda. I know you guys have a lot of important things to cover, so we'll keep this fairly brief. So my name is Will Chambers. I am an account executive for Placer AI. To piggyback a bit on what Jerome was saying, we've been in talks with Jerome and the folks there at the City of Selma now for quite some time, and they became a Placer customer just about a little more than a month ago. So for today, what I had planned was, a pretty brief first kind of 4 or 5 minute background just on what it is Placer does, how we get our data, what it is that we do. And then I'll actually open up the Placer platform, which the Selma team now has access to, and show a couple of examples of our data in action and how Jerome and the rest of the folks there at Selma plan on using our data throughout the subscription. So let me share my screen here with y'all. Looks like I need to request to share the screen. If someone can approve that.
You should be good to go now, sir.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to, again, this will be pretty brief. I'm just going to give everyone a bit of a background on what it is that we do. Placer AI. Placer AI is the market leader in the location analytics space. What we do is we leverage mobile location data in order to provide market intelligence and visitation insights into any physical place in the United States. The way that we do this is we are harnessing anonymized data from millions of mobile devices, and then we are aggregating that data in order to learn about any place. So whether that is a retailer or a shopping center or a park or a downtown district or an entire city, right? Not only can we tell you how many people came to that given place, we can also tell you where those people come from, where they work, where else they like to go, their demographics, things like that, all while still protecting privacy, by the way. Now, Placer's become the leading data provider in the space, of location analytics over the course of about 60 years. We have almost 5,000 customers now. That is across, roughly 30 industries. However, more than 1,500 of that 5,000 number is just our civic customers. So we're really big in the world of civic. We work with, let me show you this one, cities, counties, economic development organizations, park districts, chambers of commerce, convention and visitors bureaus. So really anyone in the civic space. And we also have quite a few customers in the state of California. In fact, I believe it is our #1 state for civic customers. Obviously, Selma just became a Placer customer recently, but to give you an idea just quickly of who else we work with in the area in the Central Valley, the city of Visalia is a Placer customer. So is the city of Hanford, the Fresno Clovis Convention and Visitors Bureau, the city of Clovis, the city of Bakersfield, right? Shafter, again, just to name a few. Now, an important note on how we get this data. So Placer gets this data by partnering with apps. Once a user of an app has twice consented into sharing their location services with that app, they would be entered into Placer's panel. So through the partnerships that we have, we get a panel size that's made up of almost 30 million mobile devices. So it's a very significant number. It's about 9% of the US population. So statistically speaking, it's a very significant number. It's what allows Placer to offer the most accurate data on the market. And another really key point that I want to come back to on privacy is it really sets us apart in the space of mobile data, is that Placer's panel of mobile devices does not include any sort of personally identifiable information. So that means we don't have names, addresses, phone numbers, cell phone, or device IDs, anything like that, right? So all, again, completely anonymized. Before I jump in here to the platform, again, Jerome mentioned a couple of these things already in terms of how he sees value in Placer data. This slide here would be the most common applications for how our current Civic customers are leveraging Placer data at this time, right? Whether it is analyzing retailers, right, the retail health, or recruiting retailers, trying to grow our economy and bring business to the local economy. We, of course, can analyze events, their turnout, the impact that it had on the city. We can analyze tourism, see where our out-of-market visitors come from, things like that. So there's certainly no shortage of value to be had in ways that Selma can use this data. A couple of the ways that Jerome and I have already talked at length about, it's a lot to do with event analysis and also some of that retail analysis too. So I'm going to show everyone a quick example just to kind of explain how it is that our data works. So Placer does what is called geofencing. This is a term meaning we draw a boundary or a fence around a location. And that's how we're able to draw these insights into things like how many visits did, Selma Plaza get, right? Or where did those people come from? Things like that, right? Now we can geofence any physical location, whether that is a retail establishment, again, a park or a parade route or an event location, even an entire city or county. So we have granular data in terms of, maybe a property report for a business or a park. We also have market level data to see in general, how many out-of-market visitors did the city of Selma have in, let's say, the last year, right? Our data also is historical. We have a 7-year historical lag of data. So that means that for any location within Selma, we'd be able to analyze data as far back now as April of 2018. And it's also the most near real-time data in the industry as well. Our data is never more than 3 to 5 days old. So if there was an event, I think it's the Raisin Fest. Forgive me if I'm not saying that correctly. But if that event was on a Friday, that means the latest that you'll be able to have access to the metrics and see how many people came would be by the following Wednesday, right? Before I jump in here, the other important note, I mentioned privacy in terms of the kind of data that we have access to. We also take privacy very serious in terms of the types of locations that we will show data for. So a key, important note here would be, I mentioned we can geofence anything. So if I zoom in here for an example, here's Selma Plaza. We can geofence or draw the boundary around the shopping center to see how many people came there. We could also see how many people came just to the Wendy's, but we do have certain locations that we would deem as sensitive where we will never offer any sort of data. That is going to include K through 12 schools, churches, places of worship, military bases, like a jail, something like that, right? So certainly I'm sure everyone can understand why those would be the types of locations that we want to keep sensitive and not show data. So you can't do anything like that. But a couple of the property reports that Jerome and I had gone over, which I'll jump over to now, is first we have one here, both for Lincoln Park here within Selma. That's the purple location that we have here, and for Brentlinger Park. So obviously Lincoln Park, it's big for local events, right? It's right there near the heart of your downtown. And Brentlinger Park also has events, and it sounds like it's also big just for the sports seasons, right? Whether that be for local baseball teams or soccer teams or even sports tourism. So what I want to highlight here, so first thing, the time frame that we're examining for both of these locations, right now it is just the calendar year of 2024. So I mentioned earlier we have that historical data. We can examine any time frame from, again, let me go back here, April 1st of 2018 all the way through, let's see what we have here in terms of the most recent data. August 2nd, so Saturday, just 3 days ago. So just to highlight that, right? But the time frame that we're actually examining for Lincoln Park right now is the calendar year of 2024. Some of the reports that we're going to be able to offer here for Lincoln Park would include first, just our overall metrics. How many people came and visited these locations? So in terms of Lincoln Park in the calendar year of 2024, Placer is telling us that Lincoln Park saw 58.3 thousand total visits from 31, almost 32,000 unique visitors. So we're quantifying both the individual number of people who came and the total number of visits, right? On average, we can see not quite 2 visits per person to Lincoln Park over the last 12 months. If we look at Brentlinger Park, we have more visits, 88.4 thousand total visits and 20.4 thousand unique visitors. So the metrics is kind of the first high level overview of the kind of things that we can show here, right? This can be used in a variety of ways, whether it's Jerome or his parks team wanting to analyze how many visits did we see to either location over the course of the year, or we can even look at trends, right? Year over year metrics, or look at trends on a timeline. So if I look here at Lincoln Park, this was one that I know jumped off the screen when I was chatting with Jerome. As we see a big spike here. I think this was the Raisin Festival. Again, I hope it's Raisin Fest. I hope I'm saying that right. So forgive me if I'm not. But we're analyzing visits weekly over the last year to Lincoln Park. We can see on average, Lincoln Park is really only seeing, anywhere from 500 to 1,000 visits, and then per week. And then we see here during the week of our big event, 15.7 thousand visits to Lincoln Park. So right there, it's very compelling data, just to be able to measure how many people actually attend our event, right? It's often something that our city customers have no, way to tell these numbers, but also we can gauge impact in a variety of ways. If we look here, there's another big event in October where we see a spike. If I switch to Brentlinger Park here, you'll see that we see a different trend line, right? Lots of spikes and dips. Now, again, when I was on a call with Jerome, he identified with one of his colleagues that this was, completely correlated to the sports seasons, right? When does T-ball or Little League, I should say, start? What seasons do we see these align with, whether it's sports tournaments or specific sports seasons or other events? We can see, a good dip here in July. It could just be because that's when it's really hot. Again, I'm not local to the area, so I may not know as well, but we can analyze trends to any location. Past that, we can also see where the visits to any location, where do these people come from? So the first thing you're seeing here is a heat map that shows home locations of our visitors down to the census block level. So again, just to reiterate, this is not representative of anyone's actual home addresses. No one at Selma will ever be able to use this to go and knock on people's doors and say thank you for visiting, our event or coming to our park. These are randomized within the census block group, but it's still very powerful to be able to see, are the people that are visiting Lincoln Park, right? Is it people that actually live in Selma? Are we getting visits from Kingsburg or Parlier or Dinuba or Fresno? So as I zoom out, anywhere you see one of these dots, this is where we know, based off mobile data, a visitor to Lincoln Park, where their phone resides, where they rest, right? So we can see where they live on a heat map. If I switch this to Brentlinger Park, you can see a similar heat map and see how it changes. Looks like a few more visits from Fresno here centrally to Brentlinger Park. We can also analyze this by zip code. So again, a common theme that comes up with our city customers, and we have, thousands of them now, is they want to be able to look at something like an event or a park or a business and be able to see how many visits are our residents versus those that live outside of city limits, let's say. So if we look at Lincoln Park in 2024, I can show you based off zip code that 59% of our visits are those that actually live in the Selma city limits, right? Then it's Kingsburg, Parlier, Piedra, Sanger. So we can actually quantify that now and know, okay, are our parks or our businesses or our locations being utilized by just our locals, by people that live outside the city, so on and so forth. We can also, again, bounce around to these other ones. So all the reports in here are very dynamic. In the case of Brentlinger Park, 67% are those that live in the Selma zip code. So it's actually being utilized more by the locals than Lincoln Park. That's probably a good thing, right? If you guys are putting city funds into some of these parks, right? We're also able to show where else people go. So the first report I have here is just the top 5 prior and post. Now, again, this is a very popular one for our customers because they want to be able to show if we look at an event or we'll look at one of our parks, are the people that are visiting, actually shopping locally? Are they spending dollars where that is positively impacting our economy? So the first report I have here is the top 5 prior or post locations of our visitors. So most people were just coming from home from work before they visited Lincoln Park. Some are coming straight from Foster's Freeze. They got ice cream, right? Slightly less people went to Foster's Freeze afterwards, or they went to Selma Square and they did shopping, right? They got KFC before they visited the park. So we can actually quantify that here. That's just the top 5. There's going to be 21 pages of data in terms of the locations they come from. We can also see what the favorite places of these visitors are. So what this is going to be showing us is of the folks that visit Lincoln Park, where else do these people like to go? So 81% of the Lincoln Park visitors also have been to Garden Vineyard Plaza at least once in the last 12 months. So again, we can start to identify where the visitors to any location, where else they like to go. And this can be used in a variety of ways. It can be used for analyzing retail leakage, right? Clearly, we can see there's a lot of visitors that are going to River Park Shopping Center in Fresno. Maybe that's because River Park Shopping Center has some sort of retail offering that we don't have locally. Can we use this data to try to inform our decision making and bring those businesses to Selma and make the economy better for us and our residents, right? And on that same on that same line of thinking here for retail, the other comparison, which was really compelling for Jerome, was we're comparing Selma's Dutch Bros versus the Dutch Bros, down the highway here in Kingsburg, right? It sounded like from talking with Jerome, there's maybe a bit of a competitive aspect here between Selma and Kingsburg. And so what we can actually show now is how does our Dutch Bros or one of our retail locations compare to one of our neighboring cities' locations? So if we look here in the last full 12 months, so that's now the time frame we're examining, your Dutch Bros is just absolutely crushing the Dutch Bros in Kingsburg, right? So that's fantastic news. You have 558,000 visits and theirs only has 376,000 visits. If we look here, we can see the visit trends for this location as well. So we can see here, right, we're closed on Mondays. So that's what those big dips are. We had a big, 3.3 thousand visits on Sunday, May 11th. Past that, we can also look at where our visitors come versus theirs. We can analyze what are the demographics of our visitors compared to theirs. So if we look here, the Dutch Bros in Selma, right? We don't see a massive discretion or difference, I should say, in median household income. Not that much in education or age either. You can do this based off of ethnicity, household size, things like that. We can also see where our locations rank, right? So in terms of visitation, we can actually rank the Selma Dutch Bros compared to all of the Dutch Bros in the entire country. And this is great news. The Selma Dutch Bros location is in the top 76th percentile of all Dutch Bros locations in the entire country. It's ranked 214 out of almost 1,000, right? It's in the top 61st percentile in the state of California. It's ranked 2 out of 4 locally, right? And if we look again compared to the Kingsburg location, they're just not at the same level. Bottom 37th percentile. So you can see where it ranks amongst the Dutch Bros chain. You could also say, where does it rank amongst coffee shops in general? We can do that as well. If I go here to the visits tab, when you look at any location, you can also see hourly breakdown. So what are the peak hours of visitation for one of our locations or days of the week? How long do folks stay at one of our locations? So obviously this is the Dutch Bros. The whole idea, I think, is speed. So the average stay is only 12 minutes. Most people aren't there very long. If we go back to the parks, we could see how that changes for Lincoln Park or Brentlinger Park in terms of how long people stay. So there we go. Average stay at Lincoln Park is an hour. Same for Brentlinger Park, the median a little bit longer for Brentlinger Park. So again, the idea with now Selma having access to this sort of data, I've only really scratched the surface in terms of how we can use it. This is going to empower the city, the folks at the city to be able to justify capital investments, measure events, and make efforts to improve the local economy, increase tax dollars. I don't know. I guess I should check on time and make sure I'm doing okay here, but I also want to stop and see
That's
if
good.
anyone has any questions.
One other thing I wanted to add, thank you, Will, and I think we're getting close on time. In terms of use of the platform, you saw the days of the week, time of the year. That would also work with Public Works to maybe have maintenance schedules and things like that. When is a time when the park's not used in order for them to do major work at those type facilities and not disrupt normal resident activity. So there's multiple uses, not just economic, but from a maintenance and operation standpoint that this could be used for as well. Thank you, Will. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. Thank you to the council and the folks of Selma.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it. So Councilman Avalos and I got to meet with Deputy City Manager and Will at the International Council of Shopping Centers in Las Vegas. And we got that, we had the same presentation that we saw, and it, kind of knocks your socks off at first, like all this data, wow. And it's great, but we always have to bring it back to the dollars and cents too, in terms of the contracts. It has been budgeted. Deputy City Manager, remind me how long our contract is. Did we go with the 1 year contract or the 2 for this company?
We did the 1 year in case, in terms of usability, or there was a budget shortfall next year, then we needed to forego it for a year. So we just went with the 1 year.
Sounds good. And that was about $24,000. Okay. Councilman Avalos, you have a comment?
Yeah, no, you're right. When we got educated with that technology, we're amazed. It gave us data on almost every day-to-day basis on any area in our city of Selma, how many people were coming in and what days that were slow and not being used, and with Jerome, and it was an amazing tool. I will grant you, it's a game changer. You can actually send events up when we have slow events in our community. We could change it up and spruce up our events in a slow season and bring more attraction into the city. That was a tool that I've noticed that, our areas were slow and some areas high peak and all. That was actually areas that it tell us in certain areas that are in our community, like on the other side, north side of town, it was slow. Then the other side was busy. It gave us a little more depth in what is actually going on in our community. And that was a great tool. Thank you.
Any other comments from council before we open it up to the public for input? Anybody from the public with input on Placer AI? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor, I see no hands raised right now.
Great. And bringing it back to council, just a couple of quick questions. Then we definitely have to move on. But we heard a lot about our deputy city manager as your point of contact on this, Will, and that's as it should be. How are we fanning this usage out? And we do have with the idea that we have a public information officer, a marketing comms director coming on board in August, who would probably benefit very, very much from this software. How is that usage being parceled out?
I believe we had a kickoff meeting with some departments, Public Works, Community Development, Community Services, were all included as part of that. And so what we're trying to do is identify every department that has use of the platform, and when that staff person comes on, they would be included in that.
I think the bid would be really
absolutely.
dynamite
And this
usage.
is one of the things I talked about with Will, was the events downtown and the analytics for not just bid events, but legacy events, and being able to provide feedback and have real data of how many visitors do we have. Will didn't even show you, you can see which direction people go to those locations, what roads are used. And so if there was a reason to change a parade route or something, or if we needed to change a parade route, we can use it to see, well, this road's heavily used during this time of day. we can adjust and find a road that's maybe lesser used or whatever.
Like
Also
the
find-
Steak Parade or the upcoming March
Correct,
with
and also
Jesus.
use it for emergency service personnel to help them identify better routes maybe to get through the events that are lesser used roads during that time.
We all know the legacy events don't pay the application fees that the other events do, so it'd be useful to see how much revenue does come in as a result of those longstanding city events.
Yeah, I don't know, in terms of revenue per se, but definitely visitors, and then we can parse it out to the specific businesses that are also receiving high visitors. I think we have another consultant that identifies sales tax over a period of time that we can work with as well.
But that's useful information. This is another tool, definitely. Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you, Will. With that, we'll move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. Purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. Council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items they would like to be removed from the consent calendar tonight?
I'd like to remove 2.8.
And I like to remove 2.2 and 2.10, just for discussion.
I'd like to remove 212.
Okay.
Check register.
Is there a motion to approve items 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, 2.9, and 2.11?
I make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please. Oh, and item 2.13.
Councilmember Avalos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay. Councilman Avalos, item 2.2.
Okay, 2.2 is the register for Page Company and Consulting Services. I pull that, and the reason why is I was hoping the individual will be here tonight, unfortunately. The reason why I'm pulling that is because I want to hear more clarification as far as our financial. I want him to be here, give us more depth in our daily operations, this services. You know, I want more transparency out of this Page deal company and the consulting services. I think maybe next council meeting, maybe table this issue as far as proving the 3-year until we get his take on it.
So you're talking about the Jolly, Mr.
Jolly, yeah.
Jolly, the person
Yeah.
that does the audited
Yeah, audit.
financials. Director Moreno, does this information directly go into Mr. Jolly's financial
Category?
audit?
Yes, Councilmember Avalos, what the item before you is a 3-year contract with Price Page. What Price Page does for the city, they assist our current auditors, Brian Jolly, to make sure that the audited financial statements are completely in whole. What they do is do specialized reporting for any GASB pronouncements, the state controller's report, and they do other specialized reporting. So they assist Brian Jolly to make sure that the audited financial statements are done in a timely manner. So this is just an agreement to get approved tonight for a 3-year contract with Price Paid. We've had them this is a 3rd year we had them as an agreement, so it's just a continuance from prior years.
And I mean, what I'm trying to say basically is I like to bring them to the council more, have more communication, as far as.
We get a report from them.
Order.
presentation?
Daily, more report, even a quarter report, quarterly or whatever. We like to see it.
Brian Chawley is the one currently working on the 24-25 audited financial statements, since we already completed the 23-24. So they're currently working right now as we speak for the audited financial statement ending 6/30/25. So they'll come and present hopefully by December as they complete the audit. So Brian Jolly will be back
Okay, so those should be
by December,
by
which is
December.
by year ends, actually 6/30/2025. That's correct.
All right.
Why is there such a discrepancy between year
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3? It's 93,330 for this fiscal year and 72,000 for next. What's
Yes,
the
sir.
issue?
So the first year is incorporating them doing our bank reconciliations. As you know, we having the Tyler implementation, which is taking a lot of staff. We should have that implemented in a couple of months. So we gave ourselves some breathing room to get that implementation done. Therefore, the next 2 following years, we're going to be doing the bank recs in-house with the new system to give us more of an accurate cash and investment report or cash reporting with the new system. So
Will
that's the
we need
difference
price pages to the
for the
level?
bank reconciliations. That's correct.
But that's why it goes down to 72 instead of
Correct.
93. We're using
That's
that
correct. We're
for
going to
more-
bring that in-house.
more
so
data
we can-
crunching than we are next year and the year after. Is that
Correct.
correct?
And we'll have better reporting from the new Tyler ERP 10 Pro with better reporting to help us assist us on the bank reconciliations.
All right, then I get it now. I totally.
So this now brings us current, correct?
Yes, they'll assist us to make sure that we get the audited financials in a timely manner.
And we should have
Especially for
Mr. Jolly's
grants, we all
report
need
by
to do that.
December.
We're hoping, yeah, they're working on it currently.
'Cause
They
last
have
year it was like
technically,
April. No.
yeah, they
later.
have technically till March 31st for the single audit. They'll be working through, and we're already, like I said, we're already providing data for them so they can get the audited financial statements for the
It's like
6/30.
a couple $1,000,000 that we get in transportation funds by having an audit. So it does.
It's really
help the
important, yeah,
City get the audit done.
that's correct.
Okay, did you want to make a motion to approve
I
item
make a
2?
motion to approve.
Is there a second?
A second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Aye.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item 2.8. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Fine. Okay, I just wanted to get some clarification in regards to the cost for the preliminary engineering here where you're stating about the Sprint staff. Did you get the initial estimate, how much they're gonna charge?
Yes, we
'Cause-
just received that yesterday. So
Okay.
we wanted to complete the staff report and make sure it was on the agenda. Received that yesterday from Sprint. And their estimate for the preliminary engineering cost is 38,608. That would be the number that we would add to the staff report, and it will be added to the agreement if it's approved.
Okay, and then just to clarify, this isn't going to hold up our project with the Amberwood. Is that correct?
Correct. So the item that was just previously approved on consent was an agreement that's going to SKF board for them to approve an agreement to have a temporary siphon installed
Right.
that we've worked with SKF and their engineer. So that, now that you've approved that item tonight, our contractor will be able to do that. This item with Sprint is necessary for us to continue working with them to relocate one of the fiber lines. They require this agreement, so we brought it to council.
And who's going to have to pay to relocate the fiber lines for Sprint?
It'll be a city cost for the project. So whether it was in the right, in that location or not, we would have to relocate it.
This is
either
just
way.
preliminary engineering to show them what has to happen to move that line over.
Yes.
They have final approval over whether we're able to move that, or is it a done deal? They have to move that line.
They have a franchise agreement with UPRR to have their utilities within the railroad right of way, and that utility agreement requires them to either move things if there are conflicts. So far, Sprint hasn't, or either of the companies haven't said, no, we can't move our stuff. We just have to work with them and go through the process. So this is part of that process.
But they could, at the end of the day, they could say, we're not moving it, and then it would lead to potential protracted negotiations with them to move their line
Yeah, I
with,
potentially, I'm not
with
sure all of the.
UPRR as the umpire? Or
Yeah.
would it be the PUC?
I'm not sure of those answers, yeah.
If I could real quick, Union Pacific controls that right away. And because the plans were already sent to UP as part of the permitting process, to your question, yes, there is a chance that they could do that, but the chances are very slim that they would come back at this point and kill our project after they approve the plans.
And I doubt they would if the city offered them a boatload of money. My question, I guess, is more to the point is, can they hold us up and demand a lot of money to move that? Or is there, it would have to be in line with the engineer's report? What city would pay?
And that's the city's choice at that point. So tonight, this agreement for the engineering is for them to review it. They have to pothole it themselves. There's certain tasks that they have to do. They'll be working with our staff on what the options are, and then we'll be able to bring back to the council what changes need to be made or from their standpoint.
On the note, David, are you in communication with these people, they're gonna do this project?
Or we're
As far as the, as far as the agreement with the, communication lines and stuff like this, are you guys in
Oh, yeah,
sync?
that's
as far as
where this
communication?
document, that's where this document came from. We
Yeah,
reached
I
out to
mean,
Sprint.
and-
Their attorney provided it, so that the city could review the language. It's a standard agreement that they require.
Yeah, and on the other note, can you keep this up, as council up here, up to date on that project to be, hey, we're gonna have it done on this day, and, hey, we got the go on this particular, item here. Cause I see this item as kind of a little sensitive item, unforeseen, but, I like to have it
Me,
smoothed down and down the road for this project,
yeah, me as well. The project, was awarded to, the contractor. This project has a timeline. It has a contract for them to finish it. This is a unforeseen, utility that isn't within that alignment. So part of the process is getting it relocated so the project can actually finish. So you're gonna hear more from me on this project.
Nothing ever happens from A to B. I mean, things happen, bumps in the road happen. Now we've had Mr. Lujan come out and talk to us about flooding. Now we've had a line that the city hit that's going to force the city to go with an improvised line, which sounds like a good plan. But that's two items that have come to our attention, and probably there are other items that haven't, because they just happened during the day. I guess my question is, now that we've heard about a couple of these, how much over the original, I think was what, 5.3, 5.6 million to install the sewer line, are we over budget as a result of these items? Anything?
We're not over budget with what the council has approved for the contract and the contingency. So,
We're within the contingency of 15%, 10%?
it's different for each project. The item that came to council when you awarded the project includes a breakdown of the contract with Dawson Malden and the contingency that we recommended for that size of a project. So those are the numbers that we have, that we check and verify the progress payments. And so we're all within that budget still.
These would qualify as contingency costs, is that correct? And this will be cost that the city bears?
Yeah, part of the
The contingency is what the city pays over and above the contract amount, because things happen and there are additional
Yeah,
costs.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, the contingency is built into all of our CIP projects, and like city engineer just stated, depending on the size, the scope, and the magnitude of those projects, that contingency could be anywhere from 10% of the total cost of the project up to some that I've seen up to 30%. And what that is yes, for unforeseen such as this, that is your little cushion that you've got beyond what the actual cost of the project to install the sewer line would be.
I would echo what Councilman Avalos says. Appreciate you informing us. That's very good. We appreciate you letting us know. We want to still know about anything else that happens. But we're not that far into the project and we've already had a couple of issues. So, I just want to keep us informed on this so that we know
So the
what's
project is
happening.
completed all the way from Saginaw, all the way up to the end of the project. So that the reason we've asked and are working on the temporary siphon so that the project can actually be in service is the only part that's left is this Saginaw and the jack and bore at the railroad. So the project, it's a large cost to do the actual jack and bore, but the project itself, from a linear footage standpoint, is over probably 90% complete.
And we're still making interest payments as taxpayers on the $5.6 million debt. So it's not done as far as we're concerned. As far as I'm concerned, city engineer, it's not done till the homes are built and our citizens get paid back. That's when it's done. Anybody else with a comment?
One more comment in regards, you mentioned unique situation. So my comment to you is this isn't unique to Union Pacific. I mean, we can't be the only city doing a project and they've run into this issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Anybody else? Any comments? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment on this consent item that's now part of the regular agenda?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
There a motion to approve item 2.8?
I'll make a motion to approve this.
There a second?
2.8.
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 2.10.
Okay,
Councilman
it's,
Avalos.
I pulled that, Scott. And it's just the item for the chief. I just want him to give an information, how many block cameras that he's proposing to use, and let the council know, you know, what the information.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So this agreement is for 15 flock cameras, which will be installed. A line share portion of them will be installed on the east side, northeast portion of our city of Selma, where we have limited data collection at that and on that portion of the city. There'll be a few on the west side of the city as well, where we feel it's crucial to get the data that we need for events or high traffic areas as well. Sorry about that. So that's kind of where we're at. Additionally, what we are doing, we are literally in talks right now, looking at our current existing CCTV or surveillance program and how we move that program forward. You know, the program that we started in 2015, it was great technology at the time. It's been 10 years, almost 11 years. Obviously, technology has advanced. So staff is talking about how we move that forward and what that looks like to better spend monies and be more fiscally responsible, as well as capture as much data as we can.
Other questions, Councilman?
No, I just
Any-
wanted to clarify to the council how many cameras that he's proposing.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Anybody from the public with a question on the flock cameras? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back. Is there a motion to approve this
I'll
item?
make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos.
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item 2.12, check register.
You want me to start?
Councilman Oseguera?
Okay, check number 87368 to South County Veterinary Clinic, I guess,
Okay.
for the killing of 4 canines. Do we know what the situation was in those euthanasias? Because it hadn't happened for a while. We hadn't seen any.
If you just give me 1 second, Councilman Oseguera. I'm not certain. I know that recently we've had some dogs dumped off at the shelter, and I don't know that it's exactly this, so please don't quote me. But some of the dogs that were dumped off were malnourished or had significant health problems. So that could have been it, the reason there was such a large portion, because that's not common for us.
Did we get those cameras installed that we were going to
So
install?
we actually just got some that will work off cellular connectivity. They came in on Thursday, so we're working with our investigations unit to install those, because our investigation unit uses cameras similar to that. So that will kind of circumvent our current Wi-Fi concern. So we went in this direction. So we're hoping to get those installed within the next coming days, weeks. Again, our investigations unit right now is kind of short-staffed, and we're looking for a subject that's out of county. So we kind of got all hands on deck looking for this individual. But we'll try to get that done within the next coming weeks, sir.
We're going to try to help with with the item on the agenda tonight, making the penalties for dog dumping and cat dumping for that matter, more serious,
Absolutely, Mayor.
more
Absolutely.
harder hitting. And I know we're looking for a shelter manager, so we are definitely understaffed and we need more staffing at the shelter.
Yes, sir. That's been, we've advised the HR director if they can kind of help expedite that. So we're just waiting on our end. So.
Great, thank you for that. Any other items, Councilman Oseguera?
That's the only one I have. He had a couple of,
Councilman?
you know, Mr. Avalos, he has a couple.
I actually do. Actually, it's for David. A&M Consulting Engineering, for the Canal Parkway. What, $59,000. What's the, what was the deal in that area, Jerome?
That is a grant that we received through the state
I
of
know it's a
California.
grant, yeah, and
So
I just want to know,
What number
is
is
it
that,
gonna be,
Jim?
it's actually 87,279. The AM Consulting Engineering.
it's for design services of undergrounding the canal
grant,
for a
yeah.
trail. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a grant.
Hmm?
Is that complete? I didn't.
We're still working through the design with CID. David can speak more to this, but long story short, some of the design criteria from CID would put us over budget. So we're going through redesign or plan B type of cost engineering to identify how to achieve the goals of the grant without A, exceeding the budget, B, failing to do the project, C, using funds from the general fund or impact fees to finish the project. So we've worked with CID. They want a pipe that's larger than what we believe should be put in. But at the end of the day, it's their infrastructure, right?
No, that's no.
I mean,
that's them.
and so,
No, that's good.
so what we're trying to do is appease them for maybe a portion of the pipeline and then still finish the trail without undergrounding the rest of the pipeline, I think is what our alternative is.
Okay, now okay, on this grant, what is the timeline? Is there a time schedule you have to use it up by in? Let me ask, that's the other question.
It's a while. I think it's like 2028 or something like that. Yeah, completion of construction by 2028.
Oh, but it will be completed. Okay.
Before 2028.
No, I just, well, that's
I
why
like
I asked.
No,
that
I mean,
question today.
it's for these type of reasons that
No,
the
but I
grant,
believe CID. I know CID. They want to
read letters, maybe we don't.
I know, I get it. I totally get it with those guys. Of course, I couldn't read this item here.
Which one?
Another register. I'm gonna
For the numbers.
number, I couldn't read the number. It's down, it says internal affair investigation.
Oh. No, I think I know what that one is. Buchalter, city attorney, care to weigh in on that one?
Which one is it?
Okay,
well,
at the bottom, it's
about
87314. It's
tab
two
is
up from
covered
that.
up on it.
5,662. It's for an
Yeah.
internal affairs investigation,
Yeah.
May 2025. I believe that is a city claim. It was a claim that was turned in to Irma.
Yes.
Is that what that is? Okay.
I know a little bit about it, but not a lot. And what I know about it is that is a law firm. And it is a law firm that at least claims it has been assigned to a claim by Irma. And we're trying to get the complete information on it. We're having a great deal of difficulty getting there. How much is the check again?
$5,662.
Yep.
3,000.
So
That three, I can't tell. I
No,
have
3,000.
my understanding is that we do not have a valid agreement with these people. But it's also my understanding that when you see something appearing on the check register, that check has already been written and issued. So I would think the way to deal with that is to ultimately resolve the question of how and why this firm was assigned and whether that assignment is valid. And I'm unable to do that at this moment.
Will we be able to request reimbursement as you see our costs are multiplying in the city
If
and
we came to
we
the
need to get that money
conclusion
back?
that this was improperly done, that this firm was improperly paid anything, we would demand the money back.
Okay,
And that would be the proper course of action.
thank you.
There's another item too, Scott.
Councilman, proceed.
This has gotta be a type error, guys. 87-319, Fresno County Treasurer. Permit fees for Salazar Park Spray Park. What happened there? What happened there? Fresno County Treasurer. Number is 87-319 on the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
So that is our annual health department permit that we have to have to properly operate.
The treasurer, instead of being health department?
Sir, yes.
Okay.
So it goes to Fresno County Treasurer. That is our annual health department permit that we have to legally operate the splash pad at Salazar.
So you have to get a permit from the county to spray the park, is that my correct?
I have to have a permit from the county for kids to play on the splash pad. It's a health code.
Oh, on the splash pad.
Yeah, on the
Okay.
splash pad, not for the park, just the splash pad.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
so we
Okay,
went
I
through a
understand.
full inspection. We had to do some upgrades to the splash pad.
Okay.
And then we had to have the county back out to approve it and issue the 1-year permit.
Oh, okay. All right. I just seen Fresno County Treasurer. I said, Jesus Christ. Okay, I thought, all right.
We also, just so you know, Councilman Avalos, we also have those same health permits for the snack bar at Brettlinger for the Babe Ruth field. And we also have it for the Salazar Center where the Boys and Girls Club is at.
Okay, so basically, when it comes up like this, Fresno County Treasurer, it's part of the,
Yes, and the senior center, sorry.
okay.
Any more, Councilman?
I have one.
Okay.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
think he's done yet.
Oh.
He said one more. Are you done?
No, I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm not done yet. Okay, Fresno County District, annual cost sharing quarterly billing. That was $6,000, $250. What is that about? It's, the check number is 87317.
Councilor Avalos, that's under the police department, correct?
It's, Fresno County
Under
District.
PD.
Yeah.
Correct,
Annual
under the police
cost
department.
sharing.
Yes, sir.
Bill.
So, yes, that's our Mad Lab agreement. It's broken up into quarters. So 4 times $6,250 equates to $25,000. That's for last year. What month are we in? Is it August?
August.
It's been a heck of a week. So I believe that's the last payment for the 24-25 fiscal year. And then tonight you just approved the 25-26 agreement under the consent calendar. That's Mad Lab. And what that does is to be able to unlock these cell phones that we get through evidentiary means, we have to use certain softwares and hardwares to unlock the phone to gather data that we use for investigative purposes. The district attorney currently pays for this program, and we help offset some of those costs for that service.
Okay, for that's, okay, let me ask, the other question is, on these costs, Rudy, is it this, okay, this is probably been an annual, like next year, is it gonna go up or does it stay? Or
It
how's
stayed at
work?
$25,000, sir.
It stays.
Yeah, so it was
locks in
25.
at 25.
Yes, sir. It was $25,000 last year. It was $25,000 this year. Dependent on next year's fiscal climate, what we were hoping to do is purchase our own software and hardware and licensing and just do that in-house. So
Okay.
that we don't have to drive up to Fresno and we can ascertain that data much quicker. So that's currently we have an employee that works for us. They spend 2 days at the district attorney's office helping to unlock these phones. So they're learning how to use the software, hardware, and and unlock these phones so that when we're able to purchase that on our own, we'll have somebody in-house that's already trained with all of those hardwares and softwares, and we don't skip a beat. This truly is the wave of law enforcement leveraging analytics, hardware and software and technologies to be effective and efficient.
Okay. There's one more. Good.
Okay, let's do it. Let's keep going.
Okay, check number, believe it or not, this is probably Public Works. This is 873779. This is repairing backflow preventers irrigation control. Is that all of them or just that one?
No, so every year Cal Water mandates that we go around and certify that the backflow devices are working appropriately. For those who don't understand a backflow device, those are put between the mainline service and the irrigation services so that if you have a break in the line, it doesn't allow contaminated water to flow back into the distribution system. That is an annual thing, and we have 163 backflow devices that the city of Selma owns.
Okay. So, okay, so basically it's an annual inspection. Okay, I got the backflow. I understand.
No, it's annual. What I was going to say is that we're in the process of seeking training to where we can certify one of our own employees in Public Works to do the certifications every year, and the equipment is fairly cheap to buy. So we're working in that direction, but right now, Fedor Plumbing is doing all of those backflow checks for us.
Yeah, because I've seen it done. I've seen the work done, backflow workers. Yes, I get it. I totally understand it. Thank you.
Okay,
Are you
did you have one?
Yeah, I just have one. It's check number 87327, and it's for the Clarkson Lift Station. I know I question this all the time, but it says check number 7. And it says here for 159,381. Now, is there an amount? I mean, is it up to 10, 20? Do we know how many more checks are due?
It depends on how long the project is and how often they want to invoice a progress payment. So it's their choice to send the city an invoice for the contract. So they, per the contract, they can send in a progress payment once a month. So we just keep track. Number 7 is the 7th progress payment that they have submitted to the city for payment. And so we review that, and then the city pays that. But it just depends on where they're at in the project and how long it takes.
If I could add to that too, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, before those progress payments are accepted by the city and the pay app is approved, the construction management team has to be able to verify that the work that they're submitting the draw for has been completed. It doesn't change the cost of the job. The job, say, is $2 million. They can take $400,000 or $500,000 draws off the job. It doesn't change the value of the job. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
Let me ask you a really quick question in regards to what she stated. Could you tell me what percentage of usage of the draws are from the total approved budget for that project?
Yeah, so number 7, based on the contract, they're at 48%.
Thank you.
And it depends on the bid items and what's left to work, so.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay, 87374 Tyler Technologies, that would be finance. What are they providing?
So as I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of implementing the new accounting software. That is the Tyler Progress
Does
Payment.
this have anything to do with payroll, or is this
This is
just
the
accounting?
accounting software, yes.
Does Tyler provide any system for payroll currently to the city?
They do at others, they do provide that. It's a module that they have. Right now, we're engaged with them with general ledger, accounts payable. So they do have that module as well.
The
It's the
city is
same
going to move the payroll to a third-party service. At that time, will Tyler Technologies and ExecuTime still be utilized? Is it ExecuTime the platform where it first starts and then it goes to Tyler?
So my understanding with Tyler Technologies, the payroll module was not purchased with this package.
Where would
There was a-
where would it go right now then, the payroll? to be actually?
I think it was through,
It goes through executime and then it goes to fund balance, which are our existing systems.
yes, our current, I'm sorry. Yes, our current system right now is called Fund Balance, and that's where payroll is currently being processed. So ExecuTime is a separate platform for a time and attendance. And that gets imported into Fund Balance, which is currently being processed currently.
Got it. Don't mean to get in the weeds. Was it always fund balance or did it go to Tyler before that? So
I
any
think-
report that said it went to Tyler is incorrect.
So my understanding is Fund Balance is Tyler, it's just an older version. So Tyler is a new upgraded,
Because I was looking at an
Up-to-date
audit
new-
of the payroll.
yeah,
and
it's a
they
new updated
uploaded
system,
to
which is
Tyler.
going to bring us up to date in technology and greater faster reporting.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that the accounting will be taking the payroll function effective the next payroll. Is that correct? The accounting department, the finance department, is that correct?
I don't believe there's been any direction given on that.
This time I'm unaware of any changes on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I have
And-
one more, Scott.
Well, let me just do this last one. 87313 Dawson Malden, progress payments, the Amberwood. Can we just take that R away?
I apologize, I caught it myself. It should be a B for bond, and we'll make sure that it gets correct. I know Councilmember Guerra, Pro Tem, Guerra mentioned that last time. I apologize. It should be a B for bond.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody from the public? Anybody online or on the phone? Before we move on? Is there a motion to approve?
I'll
the
make a
check
motion to
register?
approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
No.
Mayor Robertson?
No. Okay, we'll move on now to departmental reports. Deputy City Manager.
Last week, was able to go visit the Hanford Viaduct as part of the Central Valley Training Center educational program with the High Speed Rail Authority. They took their students out there. We were able to climb up on the platform, check it out. It's really a marvel if you go out there. They make the material on site and construct everything out there. It's right next to the future high-speed rail station in Hanford that they're constructing out there. It's pretty cool. And to see the students' faces when they go out there, to know that they could be part of that if they just continued their training is a pretty for the city to be involved in that type of program. That's a really cool thing. We have a bid meeting next Monday. We have Planning Commission, August 22nd, or I'm sorry, I can't count, August 25th.
Great, thank you for that, Deputy City Manager. City Attorney.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. City Clerk.
Nothing to report.
Finance Director Moreno.
Mayor, nothing to report.
Battalion Chief Donovan Fulner.
Nothing to report.
Sir. Police Chief Alcaraz.
Sorry, Mayor, members of the council, just a few things. Just a reminder that school's starting next week. We're doing traffic enforcement this week. We'll also be doing some traffic enforcement next week. So we please plead with our community members to slow down and be mindful of our school zones. Additionally, we put a post out yesterday or today about grand theft autos. We're seeing a spike in stolen vehicles. There's really no specific vehicle that they're targeting or location. It seems to be very random. So we're just asking our community members to stay vigilant. If they see anything suspicious, to please contact us so that we can have officers respond and check the area. So other than that, that is all, sir.
Just wanted to commend our code inspectors. I saw where another house was demoed that was a complete eyesore in our town. Really appreciate the efforts of code in our city and making our town look nicer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll absolutely.
Please let Alex and Sam know that.
I will. I've told them myself. If on Whitson, just south of Thompson, it's just the city is looking so much better. We're super proud of them. We actually just sent them to San Diego last week for some training so that they can kind of take a deeper dive into some of these more complex code violations, which again is going to benefit our community. So thank you, sir. I'll definitely pass it on.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chief, is there a way to, like that meter board on Whitson? If we put schools about ready to start, be safe or watch out for kids going to school, a little flashing sign on that meter board? Can we put one in communication?
I don't believe why we couldn't. I think we can. We're we've lost some
that way-
staff recently. sir.
Watch out for kids during
Yeah.
school hours,
We're trying to reconnect with the people to actually make that happen. So my assistant is actually working with the company that runs that board, so we can find out exactly who we need to contact, because we do want to add some animals that are up for adoption or looking for homes as well. So we're in the process of getting that, finding logistically who we contact to get that information up there.
Great. Okay, Public Works Director.
Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor. A few things. The first thing I want to start with is that this Thursday, from 5 a.m. until about 2 p.m., Rose Avenue will be closed between Orange and Olive Avenue for the second phase of our tactical urbanism pilot study program that's been advertised through social media and also on the city website. So that road will be closed. There will be detours around the park and around the neighborhood to the south of that area during that time. The other thing that we're working on right now, as I spoke at the last council meeting, we had damage from a car accident to our thermoplast machine. We got a quote back and it's actually under $800 to repair it. They can fix it, so that's a blessing. They're working on getting that done and it should be delivered back up to Fresno sometime in the next 2 weeks. But with that being down, what we have focused on is all of the school zones. We're currently going around painting all the red, green, and blue curbs to make sure that they're very high visibility and that we do that before all of the parking from parents and teachers starts around those school areas. So we are working on that. The other thing too is we met with Bob from Musco last week, met with our electrician to go through circuitry. It looks like we're actually in a pretty good spot, which is a good thing. I'm not going to count my cards yet, but the quote that I gave to repull all the wire of $55,000, I'm hoping that we're going to come in way underneath that. And based on preliminary observation, just visual from Bob and from the electrician, it looks like we're in pretty good shape. So we are working on cleaning out those junction boxes from all of the squirrels and all of the material that's been pushed up into those splice boxes. We're in the process of getting those cleaned out and getting concrete bottoms poured in them so that we don't have to deal with that in the future and that it protects that new system. We also have currently Caddyshack has been working over at Brentlinger Park to address at the Cal Ripken Field the gopher holes. It's the same company we've had the last 2 years, and they do a great job. It's about a week-long process. They're setting traps, so that is currently ongoing at this time. The last thing that I have is the downtown lights. We have finally finished getting all of the materials, the wood, the stumps out away from the infrastructure that we're tying into. Tonight, before council started, I actually presented a couple of pamphlets for you all. One of them is the renderings that Yamabe and Horn has worked with their people to get put together. And that would be just kind of give you an idea. I know last council meeting, you guys wanted to see some pictures. You kind of wanted to understand what it looked like. And so that's kind of what David and his staff has come up with to give you an idea. One thing that we did want to make sure we were very clear on, and David and I spoke before council started tonight, the trees that are depicted in those pictures, that is like 5 years growth. We are going to buy big mature trees that come in like the 36-inch wood planters. But we wanted to make sure that everybody understood, like the day we plant the trees, they aren't going to look like that. They have to have a little bit more growth. Those are like 15 to 20-foot trees in those depictions. But that gives you kind of an idea of what that basically is, the aesthetics of what that's going to look like down there. So if you have any questions about that, David and I are here. We can try to answer those questions. And then the last thing I have is there is a second pamphlet there, and it shows a warning placard, a street sign in yellow and black. And this came in as a request from a citizen here in town, and excuse me, the address of the request came from 2137 Hillcrest. Evidently, the lady that called in and spoke with Sylvia Luna, my encroachment permit technician, was that she wanted to know, she has 4 children with autism, and they play in that area right there. And she actually printed that picture out and sent it to us. And that is another municipality somewhere here in California that she knows has put up pre-warning placards to just notify drivers coming through that area that there are kids out there that have autism. The reason I've put it before the council tonight is the request came in for us to put the same sign in that location on Hillcrest. And it's not a typical safety or traffic placard that we would put up. And so I wanted to bring that to council just to show it to them and get any feedback from you that we possibly could in what direction you would like to go with that. And that's pretty much all I have.
I have a question on how big are the trees gonna be?
Big. They're gonna, David can jump in. David has actually spent some time going to some nurseries, looking at the Chinese pistache trees. And I think we said, well, I'll let David speak. I don't want to speak for him.
Yeah, the trees that are available locally are 36-inch box trees, right? So 36-inch square boxes. And the trunks are probably 2 or 3 inches. And the ones that I saw would be 12 to 15 feet tall. The graphic that Mike gave you wasn't actually created from us. It's not an engineering graphic. Jerome used the urban planners to create those graphics from a digital standpoint. And those trees are bigger and a little bit older, but it's
So
just a graphic.
let's say we get those trees, how long before we can put lights on them?
You can put lights on the trees that you plant. It's just-
Immediately.
As they grow, you probably just add more
Yeah,
light.
but are you gonna, yeah, but that's not, the picture's not gonna look like that.
So one of, if I could real quick, David, one of the things that was discussed in meetings downtown when we were first starting the potholing was, you know, having the lights wrapped around the trees as depicted in the renderings is great, but we'd also like to look at possibly stringing from tree to tree. So to your question, Councilman Oseguera, I think that the trees that we're planting can have the wrapped lights and around the branches immediately. We might want to give the trees a couple years to get growth to where we're actually stringing from tree to tree where we're pulling on them, just as we spoke previously in meetings about the poles and that tension. So the lights can go in the trees immediately when they're planted. Part of the potholing we're doing is to uncover the infrastructure, the power and the water so that we can run it under the curb and gutter and to the location where the trees are. And there will be a receptacle there that the lights will plug right into.
Another thing we allocated money for, like $69,000 is for speakers, and you can't put a speaker on a tree, so we're gonna have to put poles in there sometime.
So that, we will have a sidebar discussion about that, Councilman Oseguera, because there are several new items that technology will say that has come out that do not require poles to put speakers. They even have speakers that are weatherproof, pretty much, they're kind of bulletproof, and they actually sit in the planter area and they project the sound up. So there's no poles required for those. But when we get to that point, once we get the trees and the lights done, the first phase of this, then we can have that discussion. And we can bring options to the council for that.
69,000 allocated for that, it's already sitting there, so the sooner the better.
Understood.
I have a question. You stated that there's the 36 square boxes, and what's the price per unit on those?
The ones that I looked at, the local nurseries are under $1,000.
Okay, so,
We've also,
okay, so $900 to $1,000.
and yeah, and those are the ones that are available.
Okay.
We did provide Public Works with other wholesale tree services that you can buy bigger trees. So
That's where I
if
was
they're-
gonna lead to, is that if we're looking at a 36-inch box, I mean, the crates are even bigger than that. So what would be the average, what would be an average price if we went from 36 to a 72?
I'm not sure. It depends on the wholesaler. I know Public Works was gonna contact them. They don't list those prices because it's a wholesale price. So
And I just asked that because if we're gonna plant these trees and it's gonna take another 5 years versus what the price and what we've allocated, I think it'd be good to take a look at what the actual price would be going for a bigger
And-
box.
And that was the intent. The intent of staff was to accelerate the aesthetic downtown as quickly as possible, and the cost difference between even a 12-inch box tree. Like, that's typically what you plant in a subdivision or something like that, and they grow into much larger trees. Our revision of what's going on downtown, we absolutely want to accelerate that aesthetic downtown. And so we went from a much larger to a more mature. We could go even larger than that if it's cost effective.
So when will we be getting the breakout, the price breakout between the 36, 72-inch?
I don't want to put the horse in front of the cart here, but part of the reason why I brought these flyers and wanted to open this discussion is that we have finished the potholing. And I don't want to jump in front of David or anything, but as far as design and our next step in this project, I think we need a consensus and agreement from council that the planters and the parking stalls and the bigger trees is the way we want to go. We're looking for direction at this point. And the last council meeting, it was mentioned to please bring some kind of rendering so we can look at exactly what it's going to look like. And this is the closest that staff could come to give you a very perspective view of what it's going to look
So
like.
when I went outside our door, we're in one of these pictures, our building, you were potholing, and I want to commend Public Works. You guys did a great job taking those tree stumps out and potholing and showing the water and the power supply. Thank you for your excellent, very timely work. Now we're at a standstill again. So, and admittedly, maybe not a standstill, but we're at a pause. And so what I'm hearing from you now, Director, is you want direction from the city council to move forward or not move forward with trees. How specific do you want city council to get? Because you didn't give us an agenda item. Now you're just telling us, we need direction from you. How specific do you want that direction?
I want to hear from council that what you see in that depiction is the direction we're going. So the last meeting, we had this concept that we spoke of, but then it was asked for us to bring a rendering and that you guys wanted, the comment was, let's get it out to bid if we're gonna bid anything, like the concrete curb and the patch back in the asphalt, but we wanna see something, we wanna understand what we're doing. And so that's why we brought it. The standstill, we've literally finished the potholing last week on Thursday. So we just finished that. We're at a transition point now. If this is the direction we're going, I'm ready to go start saw cutting asphalt and finishing the job.
Okay. Are we ready to give
I have
direction?
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So in that discussion, if we're actually, and you're looking for direction, that is the reason why I was asking you about a 36 versus a 46 and a 72, because if you're asking for a budgeted consensus from us for you can move forward, well, then you're open, if we're looking at $1,900 just for a 36, can we double it up and we can give you, if we can consensusly tell you, hey, we're looking at this amount of money, can you go get us? Because I would have thought you would have brought us back, a couple of trees
Right.
with a price.
So if I can say, the nurseries are not going to just give us prices. When we get into that big landscaping items, they are very protective because they don't want you shopping their prices with other companies.
Understandable.
So-
Let me ask a question really quick here.
Yes.
And I understand,
Yes.
Michael, but what I'm saying is that if we understand that we have a $900 budget on a 36-inch box, if we give you a consensus that we're looking and we want a bigger tree and we give you a budgeted item and you tell us there's 12 trees, we can give you an amount that you can work with right now as a consensus. I
Understood.
don't know if this is correct. Then you guys can go and just start moving forward. If there's an adjustment, because there you are going to go and market and shop these out, right?
Yes,
We can
absolutely.
we can come back and we can approve that, but you're already moving forward.
Correct. And so I appreciate that comment, Councilman Trujillo. And my thought process in going through this is that As soon as you give me direction, like this is what we're gonna do, at the same time, I'm saw cutting, potholing and finishing the project, I'm gonna be shopping those trees. And I will be able to produce or publicize to council exactly what our options are. And I think at that point is when we make, the tree will be the last part of that, to go in that project. We still have to tie in all the infrastructure, test the system, dig the holes for the trees, and so that will all be happening consecutively.
Okay, so you're getting direction right now from us. You're hearing
Understood.
us talk about this and narrow it down to what we want. Different sizes of trees, to
Correct.
options on that, to the extent you can get that. And that's what we've been saying all along, since the engineer's estimate of 186,000 came in over budget. They bid it over $500,000. We changed gears on that. Now we're looking at it just to put, now we're gonna put phase two, which was gonna be trees. We're gonna put that first.
Correct.
And then put the lights in. So we have been consistent all the way along, and we're now moving forward with where we are after you finished your potholing. We needed to make sure that you had all the tree roots taken out. We're all
Understood.
set. It sounds like you are.
Yes, sir.
So from council's perspective, Councilman Avalos, did you have any
Oh, yes. So I
further
did.
direction? Wanted to
Well,
refine it?
we voted in the past, you gave us, last time you gave us a choice of what kind of trees to pick, and we chose the trees already.
Yeah,
And,
chose the
and,
stash tree.
and we're, and the project, and you finished the project as far as the stumps. And at that time, we gave directions, that's the trees we want for the downtown area. So I think, the trees we chose, I think now you can go out and find them. I'm sure that you must have some contacts.
I will find the
Well,
best price on the best trees I can.
And, yeah, so, yeah,
Big tree.
so I know you will. I
Yeah,
have confidence in you.
Absolutely.
And I heard from the council, I mean, well, the mayor, but we already approved this long time ago on that trees and everything and put it
Understood.
downtown area. Let's go.
Understood.
Real quick, how many parking spaces will be taken away?
I don't have the graphic in front of you, but those green spots would be where the trees go.
I believe I counted
2
12.
trees per side,
I believe I counted 12.
so 12 trees.
12 trees, 12 parking spots.
Mike, I have a question. Would $28,000 consensus give you the ability to go and look for some pretty big size trees?
I think it would. I mean, I haven't really dug too deep into the weeds on that, but I think that's a good starting point. Absolutely.
Our
And it-
discussion was, I'm sorry to interrupt, Public Works
problem.
Director, I apologize.
No.
When we last talked, it was gonna be 2 trees on either side, on the north and south side, between First and Second Street on High Street. Now we're going from 4 parking spaces removed to 12 parking spaces. Can we decrease the number of trees so that we stay at that smaller number of parking spaces? Because parking is at a premium on High Street.
Understood.
And when you have a funeral, it's really hard to park down there I could just imagine if we took 12 spaces.
I think
On-
it's only 8.
No, so originally I thought it was 4 and 4, but when I got the drawing, it actually, I believe, was 7 and 5.
I think the drawing from the planners was where we should put trees, not where you guys pulled infrastructure. So I think it's only 8.
So if we want 4
Looking
and
at 8
4,
spaces.
if we want 4 and 4, that's the direction we'll go. Just say the word.
Okay.
And 4 and 4 is the way we'll go.
We want to move forward with a budget number. I mean, we want to keep moving forward with this. We definitely want to see the differential in the budget between the
Understood.
different size trees. But yeah, this is the way we're going, and we're still on track for a September or October completion date on this. Is that correct? We get the trees. If you get direction from us, is that correct? By next council meeting, we can get this in?
That's, public
Yes.
works work.
Yeah.
Okay, Public Works can get the
We're
trees
gonna
in.
do everything, Mr. Mayor, except for pour the concrete curbing for the new planters that are going in the parking space and the asphalt patch back up to the curb. So they have to saw cut out an area to dig the footing and form and pour the curb, strip the forms, and then they will pave up to the concrete curb. So there'll be a full planter. So we'll do everything except for the curb and the patch back. So we will run the infrastructure, we'll plant the trees, we will run the lights up the trees once we get the lights picked out that we want. And yeah, we will do all of that work.
How long will it take to finish out the job?
Lead the fifth.
Okay, but, so let's get back to the reality then. So we can have this done with trees, with lights wrapped around them by October. If we keep giving you clear, consistent direction, the trees are available, Public Works can put them in. We've got a power source there.
Yes.
And we will take no more than 4 parking spaces per north and south side between First and Second on High Street. Is that correct? Can we know which parking spaces we're gonna be taking?
On the graphic, those green spots are where the trees are gonna go. So if you
Okay,
wanna
so
look
wherever
at
the trees are, that's where the parking spaces are being eliminated.
And I think it's where the old trees were.
The intent was to try to get them straight out from the old tree wells because that way we're not having to saw cut and patch back asphalt in strips. It just aesthetically isn't gonna look right. So we tried to make sure that the tree locations in the parking stall was immediately adjacent to where the existing tree wells are.
And I'm not, I have a question for you, and I'm not an engineer, but so and I've only done concrete for 24 years, but that curb, it measures, I don't know what it measures, but it is an equivalent of a car parking lot, correct? Two of them? Or one?
So the goal and the intent of what the director is saying is where there is an existing parking stall, that would become a tree well. So that we're not restriping all the stalls, that we're just taking that one stall, whether it's 4 on each side, that parking stall, which is 9 feet wide from stripe to stripe, the curbing would be inside of that location, so it doesn't impact the stalls next to it.
That's a big planting.
These are big trees.
We plan for the future of these trees.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you're saying that it's the geographics on would be the east side. We have 5, I see there's 5 trees. But on the west side, I see we have almost 8 or 7 of them. 9. Could we not, because I think I'm just my own opinion, the east side looks perfect. The 5. But on the west side, which is by the theater, that looks a little congested. Could you guys kind of narrow it
again,
out
on
and
this
knock off at 3?
Yeah,
Just
we
to
don't
make-
need-
Just
we
to
don't need
make
all
it
those.
equivalent, because if you end up just doing 4, that's gonna look like just 2 trees on the east and 2 trees on the west. That's just not gonna look right.
And
It's
council
too
members,
wide.
the graphic that was provided to you, the planners that provided that graphic provided suggested places, not taking into account existing infrastructure and things like that.
Because I could see, and this just got a conversation. I could see on the south side of the theater, just 1 there.
Hmm?
And I could see on the north side of the theater, 2 or 3, which would be 4, that'd be 9. Do you understand? And that's equivalent to what would look matching for our entryway when you go into town. And I think it just looks too congested, my own opinion. I'm just,
So if I could real quick to your point, Councilman Trujillo, keep in mind that art center, that the frontage of that art center is huge. So to make them look perfectly balanced out, that was one of the things that David was trying to work out in the placement of those trees, because that takes up a huge area of frontage. Directly across the street on the east side actually would be a tree well that we would plant there, but there's no tree well on the other side. So trying to get them aesthetically, making them look space perfect. City Engineer Horn has gone down that road a couple of times, I think, to try to work that equation out to aesthetically make it look as you're speaking of. Councilman.
When are we gonna see what it's gonna look like? I mean, we're giving you direction, I think, right now, right, to move forward with this. The next step is we do want to see what this is gonna look like on an informal basis. Appreciate our downtown strategic plan people providing this graphic, but it's good, but it's not enough. We still want to know, and we want the public to be able to see what it's gonna look like. Can you do that by the next meeting?
Can you explain what you mean by what is it gonna look like?
Well,
What are you looking for?
where the trees are gonna be. I mean, I see kind of a rough sketch here where the trees are gonna be. Cool, you put it in AI, that's awesome. I'd really like to see even a little more detail of where the trees are gonna go, because that's not where the trees are gonna go, right? They just put them in just to show us where trees are going to go, but I want to know exactly where the trees are gonna go.
Understood.
Okay, we will.
We get that?
Understood.
Just a little more detail?
You're looking at, like, see, this is where the art center is, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this looks congested. So we're just saying like maybe one here, one there, and one there.
So that would be five on the 5 on the south side or the east side and 3 on the west side because the theater's there.
Can I make a suggestion right now? You know, it'd be very easy and convenient for our staff to continue working on this. You all have those handouts in front of you. If you guys could take a pen, all of you, and just circle the locations or make a note on there, and I'll collect those after the council meeting and we'll design it per your what you're requesting on there. And what that makes it very simplistic.
Okay. We just want to know where they are. I like the plan right now.
Yeah,
We want to know exactly where they're going.
That's why I asked, but once we know where and how many trees, then the plan that we have is a large sheet and it has the topo, it has everything of the downtown. That we'll place those trees, those planters exactly to scale, to show where they're going to be on a plan. And then, Dr. Hahn has also asked that we go out and we can, spray, Director Hahn, spray an X on the curb or something on the pavement in orange paint where you can actually physically see, okay, that's
Great.
where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
So once we
really
get the information that he's asking for, then we can put it on a sheet and show you.
I think what we were asking for, because last time we were promised a rendering of what it would look like.
This is it.
That's what you have in front of you.
It,
That is your rendering.
Like where the trees
An
are
actual
gonna go.
picture where it's gonna look like, not.
like this.
It's a council meeting at 8:15, so I don't know if we're gonna get the actual circle to you tonight.
I understand
Got it
your
to you.
direction though, Mr. Mayor, so we will
Get it to
move
you.
forward with this.
But if
If,
each council member wants to send it to the Public Works Director,
that would be great, or
would that be good?
that would be fine, or if I'll stick around if you guys want to just make some notes while I'm here and I'll collect them at the end of the meeting.
Okay, and we have a 5-minute break coming up.
That's fine.
We'll take a couple minutes. How about that?
Can I ask
Council wanna
a
go
really
into
quick
public-
question,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Director Mike? I'm
Go
just
ahead.
playing.
No, you're good.
I have a question. It's not off this topic here.
Yes, sir.
We have in regards to, I wanted to ask you, is it the city's or CID's responsibility when a vehicle wrecks into a canal where they have a blockage? Who's in charge of that blocking? That
Ditch?
yeah.
The right of way is owned by CID, so.
So on Nelson, and full disclosure in front of my property, Nelson and Highland, somebody drove into the canal,
Uh-huh.
got towed out, and that Nelson to Highland, that blockage that's supposed to be there,
Right.
it's not there. And some people fly and they hear the brakes. So I'm just wondering, I've done numerous calls to CID. I'm just wondering if it's our responsibility or the CID's responsibility.
So I can give an example, and the only one I'm aware of in my tenure here as director is the Orange Avenue Canal that runs behind Brettlinger. I can tell you many years ago, the city opted to install the fence because of the walk path that goes down to the junior high school there. It was a liability issue. It's not something that the city had to do. That, from what I understand, going through research with Assistant City Manager Keen, is that the city chose to put that there. I think that's kind of a Costanzo question or the city attorney. As far as legality of, I think no matter what happens, if it's in the city limits, the city's going to get pulled into it one way or another. But as far as securing their aqueduct or whatever you want to refer to it as, an irrigation ditch, I think that would fall on CID to put up the proper fencing, guardrails, whatever that is, but I'm not certain on
Long
that, sir.
answer short, if somebody runs into a canal and there's a city street adjacent to it, you're both gonna get sued.
Okay.
I have a question for, I'm sorry. Where are we at with Thompson Park? Are we still at 95 and holding strong, or where are we?
As far as the design for that,
As far as the construction of it?
Thompson Park, construction, I don't believe that that's been funded.
I know that, but I don't know, 2 months ago, we were told that it was a 95% completed.
That-
The actual
the parks plans are coordinating through the ATP. David can provide an update, but there's the canal on the east side of that project
we
that
were
we're,
talking about earlier,
and
right?
we're still coordinating with those three letters that,
About the pipe.
that Councilmember Avalos was
Okay, I
talking
get it, don't worry.
about. That seems
I
to be
get
the
it, I
topic
get
of
it.
discussion.
But that's not construction, that's just design.
Yeah, well, we've been designing it for I don't know how many years.
Right, right.
Got it. Okay, this is a major item. Public comment quickly on this. Get up here. On the trees. This is only on the trees.
Rose Robertson. Okay, so yeah, we've been hearing at all the council meetings that we want to see something. We have, I don't know who it is, but it's somebody obviously going to this nursery to see these trees. We want to probably go to those nurseries and go see those trees for ourselves now as well, because obviously they can't take a picture and bring pictures back and put it in that, whatever they just showed us up there, the real tree they're saying they have 10 of or whatever, how many of, the real tree, put it up there in that picture, not what a tree would look like. These are the trees are gonna look like. The ones that are actually at the nursery, go take a picture of those trees, bring them back after you guys mark the ones you want them at, because I don't know where they're getting, we're gonna now take away 12 parking spaces. That is ridiculous. We just want, I mean, if we need to bring somebody else to come in and do this, then that's what we're gonna need to do, because this is just getting to the point where they are confused. I don't get it. Just bring something on what we could see visually, but bring the real trees that you're looking at the nursery. We really need to move on this quickly. It shouldn't be that hard, especially with all the money that's going out on this. But I just don't understand. Like, there goes back to the communication. They cannot put something together for us that we all have been asking for to see. And it should be very easy. If you're looking at trees, take a picture and bring it back and throw it in there and give us an exact idea of what it's gonna look like on High Street, Front Street, all the streets it's gonna be. But I guess right now they're just starting with High Street. So please bring something back quickly. Thank you.
Next.
Joyce Cason, Dinuba Avenue. I'd like to ask, how long ago did we start talking about putting trees in downtown?
When they were ripped out the last time,
When?
when they were taken out. That was a few years ago.
Well, I want to let you guys know that you people who have been in charge of putting these in, you should be ashamed of yourself that you can't get this job done quicker than this. I would hang my head in shame if I couldn't do my job any better than that. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. No one? All right, back to departmental reports. Thank you. This has hit a nerve. This is very important to our citizens. You know, it's not a laughing matter. It's important to our citizens. We're trying to get this done. And I know we're all trying hard here. So thank you for everybody's efforts. You know, our city employees, the public who works and live, you know, downtown. Planning Commissioner, do you have a quick question? Comment? Go ahead. Go ahead, quickly.
I know all the city employees and the staff work very hard. This is not the only project that they are working on, but it doesn't seem like it would be too difficult to make a drawing, a rendering, even if it was just hand drawn on the city streets, so that we could actually see which parking places are gonna be removed. And originally, when they were talking about removing 9 to 12 spaces, I mean, what's left? Where's anybody gonna park? If we lose that many spaces, even losing 8 spaces is a lot, but I understand that we do want those trees down there, which will beautify Selma, but where are we gonna get parking to replace what we're losing? So anyway, that's really all I have to say.
Okay,
But
bringing back
just a
to,
hand drawing rendering.
thank you. Got it.
Okay.
Appreciate it. That's where we're moving. That's why council members are gonna talk with Public Works Director about the position of the trees, and then we will get a more defined rendering of where these trees are going to go and hopefully what they're going to look like. Again, it's just frustration you're hearing from the citizens because we had our trees taken out and they weren't replaced. So we just want everybody to speed up, but we also realize it takes time. It really does. And we really appreciate you guys expediting this and doing a really good, hard job on this. Well, let's all work together on it and be understanding of each other. But we definitely want these trees in. We want it to look great. Thank you. Keep going on our departmental reports. I had a quick question for the city engineer. Van Horn in Nebraska. You could stay there. Are they coming in? Are the sidewalks coming in at Van Horn, Nebraska? I think they were supposed to come in July.
No, there's,
Yes. So the next step is bid and then the next step is construction. So looking. And if that goes all through, it could be, it will be in 2025, like we were discussing. Good news. Okay, thank you. And then another topic, Public Works Director, the fields at Brentlinger. Thank you for your help with that. The Caddyshack is a good thing. Be able to tell Tony, Coach Valenzuela, and the Bandits football team. Is there any potential for them to drag the fields? Is there anything to be done with the fields right now to make it a little safer for the kids?
We can look at that. I don't currently possess a piece of equipment to like really grade it out properly. And I think that to do that appropriately, and we've been looking at Ringo soccer field as well for over a year, is that the sod needs to be stripped completely off of that area and it needs to be regraded properly and then reseeded. So we can definitely look into that, Mr. Mayor, and see what our options are for that.
I know you got
we-
a lot on your plate. It's just the kids are practicing. They had a
Right.
couple injuries as we discussed.
Understood. Yeah.
Appreciate your answering your phone on a Friday night.
Sure.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
But the kids are out there doing their best and they need a safe place to play. Want to thank our director, Liz Pletcher, for meeting along with Matthew Tiger with Coach Valenzuela and myself to discuss the condition of the fields and how can they get to other, how can they not have to practice there and get back to Shaper. So thank you for going over the timetable. It's really complex and it's a group or effort here. And I really want to thank everybody for working together on this to help the Bandits have a safe place to practice. And hopefully, they're going back to Schaefer next week. Let's hope we get those lights in. All has to work together, doesn't it? It all has to happen. So there's a lot that has to happen. Speaking of community services, congratulations to our community services director, Liz Fletcher. And what's your report tonight?
Thank you. I do have a few items to report on today, and so I wanted to let the community know that our community swim program has come to an end. We had our last weekend this past weekend. It was a successful season. No injuries, no incidents, nothing like that. So it was a successful season. We're very excited to continue it again next year. Other than that, our 5K color run registration is now live and open. It's $45 per participant. It's going to be the same route as last year, and hopefully we're going to add some more color, and hopefully we get more participants as well. We are going to be launching our NFL flag football registration this coming week, hopefully. We're just trying to tie some loose ends, and our goal is to open that for our youth. It's a co-ed league. Along with that, we're going to be introducing the Spark Squad, which is going to be a recreational cheer team for our NFL flag football players. That will also be co-ed, and so we're very excited to try something new for our community by providing a less expensive cheer program for our youth. So we have that coming hopefully by the end of the week. And then we do have a luau dance taking place at the Senior Center on the 22nd. We are taking registrations for that at the Senior Center at this time. Space is limited, so if anybody would like to come out, come see myself or Miss Ruby over at the Senior Center. And then lastly, I did want to announce that we have officially booked the Portuguese Hall for our first ever senior prom. And so We will be launching this program or this new event, this new dance, January 23rd of 2026. And so we're very excited to hopefully work with some of our local organizations and businesses to bring this event to fruition. And so more details for that will come as we start working on that project more effectively within the coming months. But other than that, Nicolette is here. I do
So
would like.
before you go on, can you give us an update on the Selma Live too? I mean, I know we've been working on that project.
Correct.
And it's coming together nicely.
Correct. It is coming together nicely. I actually just received the contract signed from our performer. I won't announce who it is yet. I don't know that that wants to be known yet. And so,
Can.
yeah, we're going to be having Pepe Marquez coming into town. And so I received a signed contract as of this morning. And so Selma Live is coming together. That'll be on September 26th. And so our department, along with Councilman Oseguera, are working together to bring a fun concert, car show, food truck, family-friendly event for the community. So we have that going on.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Now you can introduce
Other than
Nicolette.
that, Ms. Nicolette, if you'd like to
Nicolette,
provide your
come take us.
report. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll give you just some quick highlights. We just closed rent with a sold-out weekend, so that was Thursday, Friday, 2 Saturdays, completely sold out earlier in that week, which was really great. We were able to hit our goals. We got great reviews on the show, so we were very proud of that production. We have Hadestown coming up with Sacteen. We currently have 225 tickets pre-sold that I was able to sit in on a run-through, and they're doing an amazing job. So we're looking forward to that show. That will have ASL interpretation for the 16th and 17th performance, as well as a Sacteen Cabaret fundraiser that'll happen during one of the shows. During that show, we will have amateur art on display that correlates with the show. We've already had several submissions for that show. Going along with that, we are working on our summer art exhibit that'll kind of carry into the fall. I'm currently working with, talking with Andy Gonzalez, who of course is a well-known artist in the Valley, helping me just put a few items on display in our lobby for the public to come in during the day, get out of the heat. We are also talking about further working together to do another larger art pop-up and definitely having them in for our culture arts in April. So, and then along with that, we have Finding Nemo that'll be opening up September 4th through the 14th. We have 2 casts, 90 kids. They are in the middle of rehearsals and they're doing an amazing job. And we are currently working on our fall arts and craft classes. So we'll be having classes that'll be happening on an after-school program. However, we are trying to do during the day production so that we can work with the schools and possibly have some schools come over. We have a lot of schools that can just walk right over and do some art classes with us. We're hoping to possibly offer those as a free class, just again to get our kids in the doors into a theater and just doing some very light, easy crafts with them. And then we'll be also moving into our season announcement in the fall, which will be an open house. And then we're also working on our costume band concert in October, and that'll be the day before the band concert.
Awesome. Thanks for the update. Tired just hearing it. Director Fletcher, I got a call regarding the March for Jesus event. I recall our council making it a legacy event. Was it just not added to the list, or do we need
I
to
don't
change?
believe the ordinance has been codified yet.
Okay.
At the hearing, and I talked to the director today, and I said, it's just not in the municipal code. It was adopted and it was
Okay.
added at the meeting, so
We did
we're
pass it.
firmly aware of that.
Yep, real good. So you'll let the folks
I
associated with
will
that know
follow
that.
up with them. They've already submitted their application for October 4th, and so we look forward to helping them with that.
Sounds great.
Thank you
Thanks.
for helping
Thanks
with
for
that.
that. Appreciate it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
For Public Works over here. On the situation with the Art Center, where are we at on that situation as far as that station there going on?
So we have reached out to the structural engineer. He should be providing a quote before the end of this week for going in and doing that investigative work to make sure that that beam is secured.
Okay.
So we're moving forward with that. We're just waiting for the quote from them so we can put them in play and get that taken care of. As soon as that's done, our staff will be down there putting that downstairs dressing area back together. We also have a water bottle filling station that was part of a grant program that we've been waiting to install in the dressing area that will also go in once that's all put back together and reconstructed. And I've also received today dates in September that would work for carpet cleaning. And so we will have the carpets cleaned on one of the dates in September that was provided.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Great. With that, we will move on. We'll take a 5-minute break before we move on to the rest of our council meeting. And every council member should stop individually by the Public Works Director's place and let them know where you want the trees. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna say keep it.
All right. We're back in open session, and we are moving on to our public hearings. Our first public hearing of the evening is consideration and adoption ordinance 2025-08, amending Selma Municipal Code 3-1-1 relating to the appointing authority for and duties of fire chief, city attorney.
What's your item number?
Public hearing 4-1.
For purposes of efficiency, you might want to take items 4.1 and 4.2 together. These are effectively the very same ordinance, just applicable to a different position.
With that, we will, as council,
Yes. I
have
would-
consensus to
I have
take these
consensus.
items together.
We have consensus.
So you would be taking up also the hearing on the ordinance number 2025-08, an ordinance amending section 3-1-1 relating to the duties of the fire chief and
Chief of police.
ordinance 2025-09, amending Selma Municipal Code section 3-2-1, designating the appointing authority of the chief of police. You will recall that previously you approved a substantially amended contract for the fire chief. Tonight, you have approved a amended contract for the chief of police, not as substantially amended as the fire chiefs, but there are substantial changes, and most of those changes relate to what these ordinances both relate to. Both of these ordinances designate the city council as the appointing authority for both of those positions. And those positions in your current ordinance were not specified as to who the appointing authority was. Once you're the appointing authority, you're also the body in charge of ultimately making decisions on termination or significant adverse employment actions against the person that occupies that position. Your current ordinance did not speak to who was to appoint either the fire chief or the chief of police. And the closest thing you had was section 1-18-3, which provided that the city manager is to appoint, remove, promote, or demote any and all officers and employees of the city except those employees appointed by the mayor or the city council. That's how your ordinance read, and it didn't designate either the fire chief or the chief of police as being subject to the appointment by the city manager. What the amended ordinance does is it makes clear that you are the appointing authority for each position, that those positions serve at the pleasure of the city council, subject, of course, to all of the various provisions in their respective contracts. The ordinances also provide that on a day-to-day basis, the persons occupying both positions are subject to the city manager's control and supervision. The city manager is authorized to evaluate and even raise the pay of each of them, so long as that is consistent with the contract that they are employed under. We received some questions or indications that these ordinances might be unlawful or invalid, simply because there appears to be a conflict between two statutory provisions. And those statutory provisions are 36505 which is in the chapter of the government code that prescribes the powers of the city council. The powers of the powers of all cities are initially vested in the city council. It's only if the city council delegates those powers to someone else by ordinance or resolution or other means that anybody else is authorized to do anything. So 36505 provides that the city council shall appoint the chief of police and other various identified positions, fire chief, city clerk, and any other officers or employees it desires. The allegedly conflicting provision is 34856. That provision reads that the city manager may appoint and dismiss the chief of police and other subordinate appointive officers and employees except the city attorney. That's the claim is that these two provisions are conflicting, and on first glance, one might come to that conclusion because they both speak to who appoints and dismisses various officers and employees of the city. But if you read them in context of the chapter of the government code in which they appear, there is clearly no conflict at all. 36505, as I noted, is in the chapter that designates what the city council's powers are. The city council, for example, has the power to enter into contracts, and it can delegate that power to somebody else if it likes. The other section, 34856, is the section within the chapter that authorizes this city council to adopt what we refer to as the city manager, city council form of government. And the very first section of that, or first couple of sections of that chapter, tell you that you can, and which you did, you can adopt that form of government by adoption of an ordinance. You adopted such an ordinance in 1990. I just read to you a portion of it, which says that the city manager appoints everybody except the people that you appoint, right? So as you read through that chapter, it will tell you the very next section after it tells you you can adopt this form of government by adopting an ordinance. It will tell you that to do this, to adopt this ordinance, you need to fix and identify the city manager's powers and duties. It says you shall fix their powers and duties. And then it goes along, and in the following sections, it simply lists the extremes to which you can go in delegating powers to the city manager. It's not saying that you have to go that far. It's just saying this is how far you can go. So when you get to 34856, it says the city manager may appoint and dismiss the chief of police and all other subordinate officers except the city attorney, right? All that is saying is that you as a city council can put in your ordinance a provision that says the city manager is going to appoint everybody except the city attorney. You didn't do that. There's no conflict between 36505 and 34856 because 35856 does not vest the city manager with any power whatsoever. It just tells you this is the extent to which you can go in fixing the city manager's powers and duties when you adopt your ordinance, adopting that form of government. So there's absolutely no conflict. And the claims that you've heard that, you know, you can't do this because you've already adopted the city manager form of government, of course you can. Once you adopt an ordinance, you can change it. You do it all the time. You can amend an ordinance to suit the particular circumstances of your city or just to suit the will of the city council. And so that's all we're doing with these two ordinances. We are just specifying, because the original ordinances never did, that the city council retains the appointing authority with respect to those two positions. All these things do. And it really doesn't change your ordinance much at all, because it currently says city manager appoints everybody unless it's somebody that's appointed by you. I think most of you will recall that past practice has been, for example, with respect to a selection of a chief of police, council's very much involved in that. You kind of shift the details of the work to your city manager to go out and find people to bring to you to interview, but you were very much involved in that selection process from beginning to end. And you were very much involved in any disciplinary action from beginning. So I think this just makes your historical practice with respect to those two positions clear. And I think that's all it does. So this is the public hearing and adoption for both of these ordinances. And if you have any questions about it, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'd ask you to open the public hearing and see if we have any comments.
Thank you. Does council have any questions before we open this matter to the public for a public hearing?
I have a couple of questions. So you're saying that 36505 gives the power it would give to the attorney, or is it 34856? That would be the management way of form of government, correct?
36505 gives the power to appoint to the city council.
Exactly.
Three,
That's
34586. I'm sorry, 34856 gives the council the power
Got
to
that.
delegate to
So
the
I wrote-
city manager
So I documented
the
correctly.
power to appoint anybody it wants.
So what is the liability? So now that we're essentially going half city management form of government to its administrative form of government, because we're actually, now we're in charge of the police chief and the fire chief. Kind of,
Well, I think.
because we're taking the power.
I think you probably were before. You're not.
So
There was nothing in your existing ordinance that specified one way or another.
Okay, and so granted that we're gonna go ahead and we're taking the ability to take the position that we're gonna use the 34856, the ability to hone in the city manager and the police chief, understanding that the city manager still has the power to administer them on a daily basis, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we understand, we're in a right, I'm in the right discussion with you. So does the city council at whole or individually bear any liability now that we've changed from the difference of format that we were in the previous years to now that you're wanting to go through there?
Doesn't change your liability in any respect.
Okay. And you're stating that in this form, it's not actually changing the management form of government. We're still the management form of government, but we're just taking the power as a city council as a whole, as the majority.
As a whole.
Is in charge of the fire chief and the police chief.
As a body,
But the day-to-day
the
basis-
actual intent and the ordinance is pretty explicit on this. With respect to, you know, an appointment, you're just reserving to yourselves the power to make a vote on the ultimate selection of the
So-
chief of police or the fire chief.
And I'm just trying to understand this.
And the same thing with respect to a termination, that sort of thing. You are just reserving to the city council as a body, the right to take that action by a majority vote. And the city manager does not have the authority to terminate that person.
Okay, and just understanding, because I want to understand the threshold of what their responsibility is and how they're going to be producing per day. So that, because of the fact that we're going to be giving that authority, or we're getting that authority, and we're giving, and we're employing these individuals in that form, does that mean that the police chief and the fire chief will, at any given time, our council and mayor will be able to go and just randomly discuss with them on a day-to-day basis, because now we become their direct contact.
You're able to, the ordinance that says you shall not, you know, individually.
I'm getting to that, I'm getting to this
Give
because,
directions to city employees.
okay, so
That ordinance still remains in place.
and
Okay?
that's, and those are
And
good,
that's-
this is
and that's
good
why-
dialogue.
And that's why in this new ordinance, it specifically says, the city manager shall be responsible, well, it says the fire chief shall cooperate fully with the city manager, and the city manager shall supervise the fire chief
So that's,
when the city council is not in session. So that means the
Right.
only time you guys can direct the fire chief or the chief of police, because the chief of police ordinance has that same language in it. The only time you get to do that is when you guys are sitting here with a quorum as a body.
so,
At that point, you can supervise him, you can direct him, but not otherwise.
okay, so that's what I understand. So typically, and just so I can understand, as a city council member sitting on my district, we, the authority on the dais, can have a discussion with the police chief and the fire chief and direct them accordingly. But outside the dais, we can't meet with them and tell them to go do this and that. Because I'm trying to understand,
You can make inquiries, but you can't give orders individually.
Okay.
That make it,
Okay.
that make sense?
I'm just trying to understand the theory of where we're going with this. Okay, so, and last question, we as a council still are gonna be working under the dais where, when we have direction and we give direction to the police chief and the fire chief, it's gonna be here on the dais, not at a meeting somewhere, do anything.
That's exactly right.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, that will open the matter to the public. This public hearing is now open. Does anyone have any input on this agenda item? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment? Pro or?
Mayor, I see no
Again?
hands raised at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back to the public. We will close the public hearing and bring the items 4.1 and 4.2 back to the council for further consideration. Does council have any comments or questions?
I just have a couple of questions, maybe clarifying questions for the city attorney. And really, I just want to make sure that we understand where we're at. City attorney, you agree city administrator form of government and council manager form of government are two separate forms of government, correct?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Can a local ordinance supersede state law?
No.
Okay. Has this insurance provider for the city supported this proposal? Has the insurance provider of the city supported this proposal? To ensure
They
that there's
haven't
no
been asked.
conflict. Okay, so that's a no.
An insurance provider of this city has no input
Okay.
into how the city arranges who is between it and its city manager has ultimate control over those two positions.
But you would agree that they would choose whether or not to insure the city on certain matters if an ordinance was found to be invalid, correct?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I would not agree with that at all.
Okay.
They don't have any choice but to insure the city. We are with an RMA and, well, two different RMAs. We are members of a joint powers authority. It's a pooling arrangement. It's not technically an insurance company.
Okay.
And they don't have any say how we operate the.
Okay. Okay. Last question, to your knowledge, has another city with a council manager form of government adopted these types of ordinances to allow the city council to appoint these positions?
My knowledge, every single city who has the city manager form of government that I'm aware of appoints its chief. Every single one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bringing the matter back to council. Does council have any input on this item before we?
No, he kind of,
Promotion?
thanks, Neil, for the explanation of these codes of the law and this constitution of this country. Thank you very much for enlightening us on the
Thank you. I do recall maybe some council members been around a while, exception of Councilman Oseguera, that we had a police chief. I don't know if it was 2018 or 19 when there was an actual vote taken on the council whether or not to renew the contract. I believe Councilman Avalos was here for that vote. I know I was too. So as to whether this is standard operating procedure, it has been for Selma, at least on an informal basis for a long time. And depending on the city manager's whims and their perspective of how they work with the city council, the interaction, I should say, between the council and the staff has been determined as to how much that has happened. But that has come down to the personality and the management style, in my opinion, of the city manager, and the council and how the council interacts with the city manager. So
Well,
in
and I
terms
think
of the
that's the
law, I
very
think you've
reason you're
explicated
adopting
it.
these ordinances.
I believe so. It is a reaction exactly to that. So with that, I will ask for a motion to approve items 4.1.
I'll make a motion 4.1 and 4.2.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
No.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. Item passes. Our final public hearing item tonight is 4.3, consideration of an ordinance 2025-10 repealing 291 through 299 of the Selma Municipal Code, creating the Pioneer Village Commission. Report, please.
Mayor, members of council, you'll recall that you have dissolved the Pioneer Village Commission and you have assigned their function to your Parks and Community Services Commission, something like that. Anyway, this is purely housekeeping. Since you've dissolved the Pioneer Village Commission, you no longer need the ordinances that are on the books that establish the Pioneer Village Commission. And so this simply provides for a repeal in their entirety of those ordinances, which are 2-9-1 through 2-9-9 of the Selma Municipal Code.
Thank you for that report, City Attorney. Before we open this matter to the public for the public hearing, does council have any clarifying questions they would like to ask? Hearing none, we will open this matter and the public hearing is now open. Does anyone have any input they would like to give for or against this item as part of the public hearing for item 4.3 tonight? Anybody online or on the phone with any input on this public hearing item?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
That we will bring the matter back to the council, close the public hearing, and ask for input from the council. If there's no input, is there a motion to approve item 4.3?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Item passes. Moving on to our new business regular agenda items. Item 5.1 is an action item. It's consideration and necessary action on resolution 2025-70R, approving and authorizing execution of professional services consulting agreement between the City of Selma and Granted Solutions for grant writing and administration services. City Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, you'll recall this item was on your agenda previously, and it was tabled at the request of your staff so that we could get two different quotes. So I was only aware of two entities that do this work, and that would be California Consulting and Townsend, I think it's Townsend Public Affairs. They're the only ones I know of that provide grant writing services, grant administration services. The rest of them, there are others out there, but they're lobbying firms. They go and they talk to your congressman or your state senator about, you know, various legislation that you want to see enacted. Very, very few entities out there that do this work. So I contacted California Consulting. They declined to give me a proposal. I contacted Townsend Public Affairs. They provided me a proposal, which is attached to the staff report. Long story short, it's basically the provision of grant writing services. They don't do much in the way of administration services, and the grant writing fee is $6,000 per month. They did provide me with a lot of information about what they previously got for you in terms of grants. Yeah. But you can review that at your leisure. So before you tonight, we have a proposal to adopt one of two alternative agreements with Granted Solutions. The one agreement works off of a initially $3,000 per month payment, which rises to $4,000, I believe, after some period of time. I'm not real sure. 6 months. And the other one is a smaller fee of
$1,000 a month plus a commission on
it
sales.
is $1,000 per month, together with a specific percentage compensation as commission based upon the amount of the grant secured. All of those amounts vary according to the size of the grant, but they're all capped at a certain level. Sonia Hall, the owner of Granted Solution, is here. If you would like to hear from her, but I'd like to first address a concern that has been raised. And the concern relates to Caltrans. Caltrans has this thing called the local agency provider manual, it's LAPM. All administrative agencies do this. They send out guidance, and typically that guidance is very closely tied to the actual law that allows them to impose requirements on you. So in this case, there's a number of federal regulations, federal statutes. There's also state statutes and state regulations, none of them by Caltrans, by the way, that impose on your city, if you're receiving grant money, to have an engineer or architect involved in the design or engineering of the project. I'm not sure that there's any difference. But to have that person selected pursuant to a very specific published request for proposal process. And if you look in their manual, they cite all of the regulations that are applicable. And they say that, you know, under these regulations, and they're absolutely right. You have to go through these procedures, and this is how you do it. It's all contained in the regulations and ordinances. Then they get to a point in their manual where they address something they refer to the architects and engineers as A&E consultants. And so these are requirements that are applicable to A&E consultants, right? Then they get to a point in their manual where they address non-A&E consultants. And they say something like, a non-A&E consultant may have to go through some RFP process, something like that. Then they say, they kind of sort of try to define what a non-A&E consultant is. And they don't do a very good job of it. And in fact, the whole manual is, well, it doesn't have the force and effect of law. It's not a statute. It's not a regulation. It's what attorneys call an underground regulation. Underground regulations by every state agency push the envelope. They try to tell you, you got to do things their way, even though they don't have any authority to tell you that. When they're talking about non-A&E consultants, the only thing they cite is one section of the California Public Contracts Code. California Public Contracts Code only regulates the actual work performed in a public improvement, basically construction work. Okay? Nowhere in this manual can you find anything that defines directly what a non-A&E consultant is. The closest you will get is this here. It reads at section 10.3. These types of consultant services are not directly related to a highway construction project, or that is not included in the definition of engineers and design related services, are considered non-A&E. That's pretty damn broad. And there's just nothing to tell you. And the language of the thing is strange. I'm certain that it was written by an engineer. They say the determining factor is whether the services being procured are related to a specific construction project and whether the services require work to be performed provided by or under the direction of a registered engineer or architect, which doesn't really define anything. Then they give you examples, and the examples they give you are all people who do preparatory type work for construction or design, maybe. People who go out and do public outreach relative to environmental analysis of the project. People who go out and do public outreach relative to what's going to happen to the public when they start, constructing the street. We're going to shut your business down and all that stuff. People who do traffic counts, people who do various, traffic surveys, that sort of thing. All of the type of work that an engineer would rely upon in making his design, and that's as far as they get in defining a non-A&E consultant. So, by my reading of this thing, the only people that would be non-A&E consultants and subject to a formal RFP process would be people who are involved in an activity that qualifies for an activity that is regulated under the Public Contracts Code. And that simply relates to people that are involved in the actual work of improvement, like the ones I just mentioned. You won't find any definition of a non-A&E consultant anywhere. You will find lots of directives that say non-A&E consultants shall go through this and that, but they never define what an A&E consultant is. And the concerns were raised were that Caltrans might withhold money from you, might not reimburse you, might even claw back the entire grant if you had somebody that's a non-A&E consultant within the meaning of that manual, which is purely guidance and nothing more. You might lose your grant or lose your ability to get reimbursed, which I think is just out there, not possible. Number one, in order for a administrative agency to have any power at all, to do anything at all, relative to a grant that they're administering or they're granting, that power would have to be in a statute or a regulation. There's no such power in any statute or regulation. The reason it would have to be in a statute or regulation is because under the Due Process Clause of the United States Constitution, you have to know in advance what they can and cannot do in order for them to be able to take enforcement action against you or to treat you in a particular way. Once they enter into a grant contract, your ability to get money under that grant is dictated purely by that contract and nothing else. So that was the concern that was raised. I don't see that there's a concern there. I certainly can't even imagine a situation where a grant writer who is essentially applying for the money before a project is even underway is in any sense subject to these types of things that architects, engineers, and certain ill-defined non-A&E consultants are subject to.
What was the purpose of those regulations in the first place? Have you been able to divine that?
What was the purpose of their regulations?
Yes.
Well, the purpose, the only regulations that exist relate to architects and engineers only.
So their guidelines only referred to architects and engineers, but what was the idea behind that?
Their guidance refers to non-A&E consultants. And, you know, it is essentially a extra regulatory manner of controlling what you do with respect to the money you spend. And it doesn't work. I cited you a case. It's a Malaga County Water District case versus the state control board.
Pretty familiar with that.
One of the most powerful administrative agency in the state. I'm the attorney on that case. They fined Malaga dollars. And I took that up and the court said, well, you can't fine Malaga $1 million. There's nothing in any regulation or statute that says you can do that. It's only in the guidance that you issued. Is an underground regulation, it's illegal. So they all do this stuff though. And you just got to recognize it for what it is. It's a, I don't know, an exercise in trying to build up your authority where it doesn't exist. But it is.
Okay.
So I didn't, you know, the concerns that were raised to me were raised with a great deal of fervor. I don't think there's any reason for any concern whatsoever because there's nothing in any statute or regulation that says a grant writer has to go through any kind of process. And there's certainly nothing in any statute or regulation, and there's nothing they could ever put in their contract that would allow them to take the money away or withhold the money because some unidentified non-A&E consultant was hired without going through an RFP process. Not possible.
Thank you for your guidance. Appreciate that. We have any comment at this time? Council questions before we go to staff? Any council questions? Okay, Deputy City Manager.
I just want to make it clear, Caltrans staff did respond and they did say staff's understanding was correct with regard to the manual in terms of non-A&E is basically anything that is not architectural and engineering services outside. So it could be grant administration, it could be finance doing billing for services, it could be people that are eligible to be billed under the grant. In addition, the manual does say must. It does say all non-A&E procurement contracts must be conducted in a manner providing full and open competition consistent with federal and state laws. The city attorney may be right that there is no state and federal law that backs that up. He's the attorney. What I would say is Caltrans could just refuse to give us funding if we don't agree to their terms because it's their funding. Many of the grants that we do require compliance of this manual in order to secure the funding. And so as part of their contract, they ask for compliance with the Chapter 10. If you recall, I think there's been discussions about our purchasing policy being very long, or it's very long because we include Chapter 10, all of the requirements as part of the purchasing policy in that document. And so by doing that, in addition, contracts need to be done every 3 years to ensure it doesn't stay with one firm so that tax dollars are spread around in open and fair competition. So at the end of the day, council can do what they want. I'm just saying, be careful in terms of whether or not funding may be clawed back in terms of reimbursements that are submitted being asked to be returned. In addition, the costs for some of the items like commissions cannot be paid out of grants. They would be paid out of local funds, out of the general fund. And so we would need to do a budget amendment to allocate those funds accordingly. In addition, the costs associated with this either agreement would exceed existing general fund allocated costs for grant administration, which are reimbursable. And so the staff that we use currently for grants gets their time reimbursed through grants because we're not obligated to comply with this manual because we're a local agency. And so at the end of the day, what we're doing is increasing expenditures from the general fund when we have staff in place to secure grants that actually reimburse for staff time. At the end of the day, the council can choose to adopt this. We can choose to go forward with new grants, keep existing staff in place, and just ensure the contractor covers their costs by grants. Those are all possibilities so that we don't increase expenditures to the general fund.
Council, did you have?
Back to,
Before you go there, Jim, if I may,
oh,
it does say all non-A&E consultants, whatever it says, must go through this process. It does say that. Problem is, it never defines what a non-A&E consultant is. You have a due process right. That's a government agency. That's a government actor. Government actor cannot withhold the government's largesse because you won't do what they say to do when what they're telling you to do isn't reflected by a law that you have fair notice of. You don't have any fair notice of any requirement relative to any non-A&E consultant having to go through any kind of process before you hire them. If what he says were true, contract you just approved with Price, Page, and Stewart, to the extent they account for the money spent on that grant, well, there you go. They're going to claw back your grant
Well,
because they weren't picked by an RFP process, right?
The clarification I will make is we won't seek reimbursement for Price Page's time. They're providing a service to the city that is not going to be submitted as reimbursement under the funding provided under the grants. And that's the clear difference. They will not claw back the money because we're not going to pay them with grant funds. We'll pay them with local funds, which the city can choose to do. The manual actually says you can choose to pay with local funds if you choose, and you don't have to do the RFP process. But that means you can't reimburse their time then through the grant. Mr. Costanzo, in his response to me, said, if I were to work, they could claw back the grant. That is not true because we wouldn't submit a reimbursement for your time under the grant. That's the difference. The difference is the time that's being spent has to correlate to the budget approved by the funding agency. In addition,
That difference isn't even reflected in that LAPM.
but it's usually in the funding announcement for how you get the grant funds awarded. And it requires compliance with the LAPM. So at the end of the day, you provide a budget and
With
staff
respect to a
that's working
funding
on it.
announcement, they have to adhere to the law that dictates what they're funding, period. So, get a funding announcement that says, you have to have everybody who touches this grant and, go through some RFP process. I think you can comply with that very quickly and easily. Simply call up the other two entities that do this work and say, hey, we're requesting a proposal from you for this grant. I just don't,
We're changing.
Every time we
yeah.
get,
Enough. We got this. So why don't we hear from the grant writer here? Can you stand up, Sonia, please? Thank you for coming out again. Can you weigh in on this rather recondite discussion we're having between the deputy city manager and the city attorney? Bring us back to just filling out the applications. Does it say any of this stuff on your application?
So-
Does it have to say any of this stuff on your application
So
for the
when you're
California
applying for
Department
the
of
grant, you don't have to worry about any of that. When you first apply for the grant, you apply for the grant, you get the grant. And every agency has their own rules on how they, on going out to bid for the different consultants. Caltrans is the most strict, but when it comes to,
Strict in what way?
in making sure they want to all consultants to be, to go out to bid go out through the RFP process. But with the way I've always done it is as, a small purchase, Caltrans, it's under $100,000. And we've always gone through the 3 bids, just like, you get 3 other agencies or 3 other businesses, and I've gotten the 3 bids. Or had the city get the 3 bids. So you send a little proposal, email a little proposal out to the other businesses and get 3 bids. And that satisfies it.
That satisfies Caltrans requirements for the 3 bids
Yes.
for the RFP process. What about with the amount over the 100,000?
Then they put out a publication and I submit for it. So I have no problem doing that.
Have you ever had a bid clawed back? Have you ever had a grant clawed back
Never.
by Caltrans
Never.
or denied?
No.
Okay. Okay, so, in terms of your proposal tonight, we've got 2 options in front of us. We've heard from Townsend, heard from California Consulting, that they didn't want to enter a price. In terms of the price for the city, I think this goes back to what the city attorney, the deputy city manager were talking about, was if we get that grant, and let's say we go, not saying we are, I don't know what the vote's gonna be, but let's say we go with your option where we go $1,000 a month, and then we go with the percentage based on the grant not to exceed a certain dollar amount. Can that amount, let's say the city you get a grant for the city that's less than $1 million, so that's 3%, say $500,000 grant, you get, 45,000 right there. So that $45,000, can the city pay that $45,000 out of the grant funds?
So what I was telling you before is I'm willing to do some work for you in admin so you can.
Okay.
So let's say,
Let-
let's say you've got the admin and you've got 10% of admin. Normally, I've always charged, when I do the admin, I've always charged only 7% of admin and given the other 3% to the city. So instead, and I would just take the 10%,
So help
like
me.
most other companies do.
So this is a standard operating procedure among
Most
most
other
grant
companies,
writers.
yeah, most other grant writers take the full admin.
Because this rule exists and the city can't pay it out of the actual grant. So what
Yeah.
you do is you in effect discount your rate and take your charge in another area.
Yes, and
of the
it's
grant
mainly
award.
so I can continue working with the city. I want to have a good relationship with the city. I don't want to break the city. I want to have a continued relationship, so.
I would think so. I think
Mhm.
because, you benefit by the city profiting and, the city
Absolutely.
benefits as you profit too. That's the
Yes.
beauty of commission on these. Okay. So you have 2 options here. One is the $1,000 fixed fee per month and then commission percentage. And what is the other option that we're looking at tonight? What would Plan B be? Plan B. What's the other option?
The other
3,000?
option was just the monthly.
A monthly.
Yes.
And that's how much again for the monthly? We know?
It
Three-
was
3,000 for the first 6 months, 4,000 thereafter.
Got it. Okay, so we're looking at 18,000 and then 24, so 42,000 for the year. So what are we looking at on an annual number there with Plan A? The fixed, the
With the
number without
4,000?
commission, yes.
Good at math here. Not me.
Yeah.
3 for 6 and 4 for 6.
The rest of the fiscal year would be 34,000. And then if you continued the next fiscal year, it would be 48,000.
Okay, so it goes from 34,000 to 48,000.
The way it's written for the first 6 months, and we're already 2 months into the fiscal year, right? So that it would continue. So once you hit your 6 months, it's 18,000, 24,000, 42,000 for the year, right?
Client shall pay consultant a total of 3,000 a month for the first 6 months and 4,000 a month thereafter for the services and as described in section 1.
So it's 42,000 for a year of services. The current fiscal year we're in would be 34,000 for the rest of the year because you wouldn't have the last 2 months at $8,000. 42,000 minus 8,000 is $34,000.
Well, when did the services start?
No, if they were to start today, we're in month.
That's the business owner.
I'm sorry, what was that
How do
again?
you charge for the 3 and 4? Does the calendar day start today or do you go on fiscal year?
No, it would start whenever you.
3,000 would start
Yes.
when the contract's signed
Yes,
for 6 months and then 4,000 for the 6 after that.
yes,
And what the deputy city manager is saying, your fiscal year to come out of 2 different budgets, correct? Because we got two fiscal years.
I mean, the timing of the contract based on how it's written, 2 months of the 4,000 would start next fiscal year. And
Right.
so for this fiscal year would be an additional $34,000.
Okay. So we just have a little complicating factor there. So bringing this
Let me
matter
just
back to
ask,
council.
Let me ask you, and then I'll get back with you, Sonia, just quick, Jerome, the current, grant writer, how many grants did she bring?
You got us the ATP grant for $1.3 million. We were originally awarded $3 million for that, but it was reduced due to funding complications at Fresno COG. We've secured, I think, a couple of grants for community service in coordination with the grants manager. I can get you the report on what she's awarded, and actually, let me do that right now. I got it right now. And then on top of that, she helps manage our existing grants to ensure timely reporting, that we meet our deadlines, timely submittal to reimbursements, all of those type of items.
But this is ongoing, though. It's not something that you have.
No, it's ongoing. It's
Okay,
as
so
she's aware of grants. We have meetings weekly to discuss new grant proposals, things that have been awarded. I think we just got awarded a bunch of EV equipment for public works. Yeah, through the air district.
Okay.
But I'll
Yeah.
get you a list of all those grants. That she's aware of.
Now, Sonia, for you, I know, how many years did you mentioned you have?
of 22 years.
I know that you had mentioned about all the grants that you have received. Can you just share a little bit of that with us again?
I've received probably about 600 to 800 million in grant funding. In Parlier alone, I've gotten them about 120 million in grant funding.
So here's my issue without getting into personnel or anything. This is a call between someone who used to work for the city full-time as a grant writer and then changed the location and is now remote and working in another state. So council has a decision whether to keep that going or whether to move forward with a local grant writer who would not be an actual employee. And the cost would be would be fixed here by their success. Like you're not paying based on a salary. You're paying based on
My
how much
success.
how much she writes. Yeah, how many grants she gets for the city. And I like to see that incentive. I've got nothing bad to say about anybody. This is not a reflection on anybody. It's a business decision by the city. And in my opinion, the best business decision by the city is to go with someone who's local and who is dealing with the local laws all the time and the local providers and applying for these and has local knowledge and is also makes more money when the city benefits too, is more successful when the city is more successful financially. So I'm just looking at option 2 as a pretty good way to do it because it's a pretty small outlay of money monthly, along with some pretty serious incentive for the Ms. Hall's business to write these grants. She doesn't really make money unless the city makes money, unless we get those grants. I guess the question does come down to how do we pay for a grant solution? Company's grant solution. Can we pay for that out of the money that's currently going to the current grant writer? Why would we pay for 2 grant writers? So can we take that money that is going towards the current grant writer and allocate it towards Ms. Hall's company? Is there any legal prescription for that?
Can I ask a question later?
Hold on, let me get an answer.
I'm just, I don't know what fund you're paying her out of.
Okay. Deputy City Manager,
I mean, we pay her out of part-time salaries.
General Fund?
Yeah, general fund.
Okay.
Yeah. But and again, those funds are reimbursable through the existing grants.
That's the difference there. The funds are reimbursed. However, we just heard from Ms. Hall that she can find a workaround
Well-
in order to get those funds reimbursed through the grant.
I don't disagree that admin is a reimbursable service as part of grants. What I wanted clarification on was whether the administration cost was separate and apart from the commission cost, or is she saying the commission cost is her admin cost? I didn't hear that they were one and the same. I heard 2 different items that.
I think that's what you were saying,
what I
that they are one and the same,
One
aren't
and
they?
the same.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
I think she
That's
made that
Okay.
clarification.
Okay.
So is that one more thing, council member, sorry. We have 2 decisions. One is whether to go with Ms. Hall's firm, and 2, do we fund that with the money that is going towards our current grant writer? Is that a different agenda item for a different council meeting, or is that direction that can be provided if the majority of council so moves tonight?
I think it's parcel of the same item, is it
Okay.
not?
The funding, as well as
Because
the funding
what
source.
what you're doing is you're hiring a grant person to deal with your stuff, and you don't need to.
Council would not actually be hiring or firing anybody. Council would be deciding on funding, which is in council's purview at all times. Is that correct? So,
Okay, John.
Councilman Trio, did you have a comment?
Yeah, well, not a comment. I have, we've seen your introductory, you gave us a format and stuff, and I have a couple of questions for you. You stated you have 22 years in grant writing, correct?
Correct.
And you have up to $600 to $800 million granted through those 22 years.
Yes.
In those 22 years, you've worked with Parlier, you stated. What other cities have you worked with?
Oh, I've worked with cities all over.
Just
the
a couple of
central-
them
I've even
names.
worked with this city.
Yeah,
I've gotten grants for this city.
also Selma also.
Yes.
And-
Selma,
and-
Kingsburg, Sanger,
And understand, I'm asking you because we're
Sure.
gonna make a decision right now in regards to
Sure.
to what we're doing. So you've worked with many cities in this county. You've made up to $600 to $800 million in grant funding. What's your past experience with all your municipal governments? Have you, everything's worked jive, everything's been working? You say you have a good dialogue with all the cities, correct?
yes.
And at any point, are you under any litigation with any other cities right now as we speak, as for you personally, as a business or your company?
As my business? No, not as my
You
business.
personally are not, or you are
Well,
not
I'm-
under
I'm going
litigation
through
with
my
any other
issue.
cities?
What you're talking about with Parlier?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm asking you in your dialogue with the 22 years, your past experience as a grant writer.
Oh, as a
have you
grant
ran
writer,
into-
I have never
have you
had
run
any
into any
issues with,
dialogue?
no, I
or
have
in
never
regards-
had any.
And I ask you
issues.
this because of course I sit on this body as an elected official that oversees the monies of these constituents in my community.
I have never had any issues with.
And I
grant
ask you
writing.
that because at
Mhm.
the end of the day, we have to look at what type of people we're making a connection with. You
Sure.
understand that and you
I have,
respect that, correct?
I have never had any issues in,
So you're not under any litigation, you as the grant writer of this company?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Sonia, I have, when you, I know when you're a grant writer, yeah, locally in the valley, how many trips do you make up to Sacramento and stuff like areas, or how do you communicate with the areas that are in those, I want to say, offices of grant, people that okay the grants and, I've been in Sacramento government. Long time ago, they sent me up there, go get money. I had to go get money and I understand you had to knock on their door.
sure, sure.
And I'm asking that question and, yeah, I mean, you're being in the valley.
Mhm.
How many, the connections you have
I
in
have,
those areas, I want to say areas,
sure.
because there's different areas, trust me, there is. How's your relationships with those areas
Oh, they're-
overall, over the years? Let me tell you that, Sonia.
Over the years, they're very good because that's where I started work. Before I started working in grant writing and local government was for the state
You know,
in Sacramento.
now, have you ever come across a grant that it might be complicated and you might, have you reached out to those people that
Oh, yes.
submitted that grant? What does it mean, this complication, these keywords? Do you do that or how's that work?
No,
You go meet them?
I've always communicated with the agencies and to learn more about the grants and make sure I know everything about them. And
Oh,
I
okay.
even read the legislation that funds the grant. I understand that, and that gives me all the information I know about the grant.
The next question too, uh, when these people that you reach out, you always you always keep communication, even though let's say that the department approved your grant, to say, hey, you call back, hey, how's so-and-so doing? How you guys doing today? Just checking on you guys. Do you do that? I don't know.
No, I do. A lot
You
of them
do?
are my friends.
Oh,
They're
okay.
still good friends from, that we work together.
'Cause, I'm asking those questions directly because, a lot,
Sure.
it's very important sometimes, it's not life, it's not, what you know, it's who you know. Trust me, you're gonna get something done, it's who you know. Not what you know, it's who you know. You might think you know a lot, but it's who you know. It makes it gets done.
Okay, any other questions for Ms. Hall? Is there does council have a preference? Which option to go with tonight? But does the public have any input on the grant writing selection for tonight? Anybody online or on the phone?
Yes, Mayor, we have somebody online with their hand raised. Stand by.
Hi, this is Teresa Salas. And my question is, what are we currently paying the staff member that is writing the grants?
Approximately 31,000.
So we would be saving money by continuing the current grant writer that we have as opposed to hiring Ms. Hall.
No, that's not what's being said.
Well, it seems like it's less than what she's asking for.
Who?
Ms. Hall. I mean, as far as
No.
if we're paying the 3,000 or 4,000, if we're paying $1,000 a month, but then the minimum that we would be paying her is like $200,000 if she gets a grant for us, which is taking money away from the grant. But if it's an employee, we're just paying the employee their hourly rate or their monthly salary. We're not paying them any commission from the grants that they are able to procure.
You're paying an
that-
employee with all the employee costs and the employee pensions and all that. So you have that. We've been told that there are no benefits being provided because she's a part-time, but she would be covered by workers' comp because she's an employee of the city. So she does have, and she would pay into the benefit, the pension plan as well as a city employee. Is that correct? So there would be costs associated with an employee that you wouldn't have with an independent contractor.
Mayor, she would not receive pension as a part-time employee.
Okay. She wouldn't receive pension, but she would receive workers' comp. So she'd be covered under that plan of the city and she would be an employee of the city. So there would be those costs associated as well. Plus, Ms. Salas, as you've heard, the employee is not in our state anymore. So this current grant applicant, grant writer is local and has local knowledge. So I don't know how you quantify that, but to me, that means a lot.
And then Ms. Hall mentioned that she is in litigation with the city of Parlier. You said that was not your business, but how is that? How are they litigating with you? Are you litigating with them? For what reason?
Did she say that?
No.
I don't think
Yes.
anybody talked at all
I
about
didn't
that.
say that.
That is not part of
Yes,
this
you, well,
discussion.
you started to say
Who's you?
me,
I didn't ask that.
well, she was asked and she started to say that, yes, she was in litigation. So I'm just wondering, what is the litigation for
I'm
them?
sorry, ma'am. I did not hear that. And I
Oh,
took
well,
away some of your time with my response, so take another minute or a minute and a half. Can you
well,
give them another minute?
that is what I heard. That's why I'm asking.
That's not what I heard.
You guys.
Do you have any question about grant writing?
Well, that is my question. I wanted to know what the litigation, is that something that we need to be concerned with, that she is
No.
in litigation with another city? Because if we hire her, are we going to have the same issue that she's having with us, the city of Parlier, who she says she has been writing grants for?
No, that has nothing, there's no litigation with the city of Parlier dealing with grants.
But we wouldn't be hiring Ms. Hall as an employee. She'd be an independent contractor, and with a termination clause is very clear that the city can terminate at any time for any reason with or without cause.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Okay, any other questions? Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Which option would the council like to go with? The $1,000 a month plus commissions, which are capped, which Ms. Hall has said she can pay with grant proceeds through the administration part? Or do you want to just go with a fixed fee? And did you want to add to that the source of funding for Ms. Hall will be from the current grant writing allocation of general funds for the current grant writer? I know, it's a lot. It's a lot to think about. Is there a motion?
No, go ahead. Oh, no. I thought you had a question. Go ahead. All right,
Anybody want to make a motion?
on, well, you know, old school, man. I like people communicate, you know. Like people not 1,000 miles away. I like, you know, I like her, you know, because she's near. You're close. You're in the valley, and I don't hear anything bad things about you. Okay, Avalos does go out there and check people's work. If no one believes me, ask the staff here. They'll know. They knew what I do out there, and I I don't hear no bad things about you. Okay, Sonia. All right, and I'll be the first to admit it. How we want to roll this, I would choose you as a grant writer, but I don't know how my colleagues over here feel.
You want to go with $1,000 a month
I
plus the
want
commission
to
plan?
let's start. We could change it.
I'm asking for a motion.
No, we could change it, we could, start with,
We can start with that, and then in a year, come back and review that. I would imagine that clients start with you with the lowest outlay, and then they see how good you are, and then they go into a different type of plan.
Yes.
if, we want to see the sister of Jerry Maguire.
Show me the money.
I'll bring you the money.
So, yeah.
Will you come back on a quarterly basis?
Yes, I'll come back. I'll come back often.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you're making a motion for that out?
I'm making a motion, since I,
Question before we.
It's just a clarification. In the contract, I think it refers to $1,000 a month plus $75 an hour. $1,000 a retainer, $75 per hour. If we don't have existing grants to pay that, my question is that reimbursable? But I just don't want a check to show up on the check register that's more than 1,000, and for the council to ask questions of, I thought it was $1,000. So my question to Ms. Hall is, it's $1,000 retainer, and until we get grants to fund your time, we would be paying that out of the general fund as well, correct?
It's $1,000 a month.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it, plus commission on any sales that
Yeah.
you make based or grants that you write. Councilman, did you want to add to your
well,
motion that the
Yeah.
funding source will come from existing
existing
money
paid
paid by the general
general
fund
fund.
for
Do
grant writing?
do we clarify that for you guys too?
Let me see if there's a second,
Okay.
and then we'll have discussion on the floor. I'll second that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just move all part-time salaries and benefits to professional services would be the motion.
There's no benefits.
Well, I mean, everything in FICA and things like that that are associated with a part-time salary. So
There's no benefits whatsoever.
So
Even
there were no
workman's comp.
I mean, whatever funding we had to fund that position, we would move to professional services.
Okay, you'd have to shift it. Okay,
Yes, which,
That'd be the
out of
right
which
thing to
we would
do.
pay Ms. Hall's rent,
Thing to do.
professional services.
Okay.
Second that. Call the roll, please.
I'm sorry.
Or,
'cause we're in
discussion on the
discussion.
floor.
Just point of clarification. I'm the one that started the dialogue and the question. And I understand that some people said that you didn't say that, but am I misunderstanding that you looked at me and told me that you were in litigation with Parlier personally, not by the business? That's what you had told me.
No, I
correct?
asked you if it was about Parlier.
Yeah. So the question is, you're not in litigation with personally?
I'm not in litigation with them regarding anything dealing with grants.
So point of clarification.
But
because
I'm, point of clarification, what?
Point of clarification, I was understood that people said that you did not say that, and I want to make sure that my question was, were you in litigation with your grant writing? You said you were not with the grant writing, but you started, and let's just end it
Yeah.
there. You are in some ways, that's not my business. Right now, I'm just want to make a point of clarification. Thank you.
Okay, let me clarify. You're not a grant writer for the city that you've had other issues with.
Yes.
It had nothing to do with your position as a grant writer
No,
in doing anything in terms of grant writing for that business.
nope. Had nothing to do with my business or grant writing.
And we're not hiring you as an employee. of the city. You're an independent contractor. Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
yes.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Okay, item passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last item of new business tonight, 10 PM is an action item, introduction and first reading of ordinance 2025-11, adding section 6940 to Title 6, Chapter 2 of the Selma Municipal Code, prohibiting and prescribing criminal punishment for leaving and abandoning any animal or animals within Selma city limits.
Yay.
This is the ordinance that Councilmember Oseguera has been long awaiting.
Yes.
The the one way that you can really potentially cut down on the practice of people dumping dogs in your fair city and leaving them to fare for themselves is to increase significantly potential penalties. So you have a penal code provision that prohibits cruelty to animals. And all you're doing by this provision is you are saying that we interpret that provision to include, as an act of cruelty to animals, the practice of abandoning an animal in any place within our city that is accessible to the public. In other words, you just bring the dog here, you dump them in the park, you dump them, in the front of some business, whatever. You do that and we catch you, you're going to be prosecuted. You're going to be criminally prosecuted. And at minimum, at absolute minimum, you're going to be paying $1,000 fine, but that's only if we decide to make it an infraction. If we decide to prosecute you criminally for a misdemeanor, the potential penalty is $5,000 plus 6 months in jail. So what you want to do with this, if you're interested in adopting this sort of thing, we may be still working on our ability to catch these people in the act, which is what you're going to have to do ultimately. But, we should get better with that with the more cameras we get out there. And all it's going to take is just a few of these people getting prosecuted in court, because you're giving to me the ability to file a criminal complaint in the court and to have that person criminally prosecuted and thrown in jail if they are convicted. Okay? That's the best we can do to cut down on it, other than finding ways to catch them in the act. But that should go a long way. I mean, if the first one you catch and we criminally prosecute them, the word's are going to get out. So that's what that's all about. And if I've done a correct job here, then just introduce the ordinance and waive the first reading, and I will have that set for a public hearing, and then we'll adopt it.
And that'll happen at not the next meeting, but the meeting after that meeting. Is that correct? There has to be
More than likely, because
space.
it's just too narrow of a window to get it in a paper.
Quick question for our police chief. I know it's hard, they have to, I think the city attorney mentioned one of the difficulties, which is got to catch them in the act. How much evidence, how much how much weight would be given to an eyewitness account? So say I see someone dumping a dog and I see exactly who they are. Can I report that to the PD? And how much weight will that carry in terms of this?
I think the PD would
Ordinance.
probably ask you to make a citizen's arrest.
Correct. That's exactly what we'd ask you to do.
And
Mr. Mayor.
then what would happen from there with the citizen's arrest?
So what we would explain to you the civil and all that entails with the citizen's arrest. So when people make a citizen's arrest, it is incumbent upon that citizen to go to court and prove the justification for that arrest. So we are merely, as law enforcement, carrying out the physical act of taking someone into custody. What we do at times is just ensure that those citizens understand all that they're encompassing, the obligations they're encompassing, if you will. And we're just merely carrying out that act.
So you would be referring it to the DA under the
Correct.
citizen's name. It would be,
we
it'd be
would
the citizen that would have to go prosecute that or would have to go up to court.
we would write a report with all the evidence, everything that we found, and we send that to the district attorney's office. So that citizen that made the arrest would obviously go, their name would go on that report. They would actually sign either an arrest report or a citation, which are one and the same, if you will, dependent on the situation. Just because a misdemeanor not committed in the presence of a law enforcement officer, we cannot make an arrest, with the exception of a few misdemeanor crimes, such as DUI, domestic battery. There's a misdemeanor section for domestic battery as well.
Got it.
And I think there's a few other misdemeanors as well. I just don't know right off the top of my head.
Another point at 10 PM. Another point of clarification. Cats are not property in Selma. Can we add cats to dumping of animals if cats are dumped? I think a lot of us have seen the Facebook video where someone dumped a couple of cats and jumped back in and enjoyed their weekend. What, does this apply to cats too?
Cats-
Any animal?
It's animal.
Any four-legged, two-legged animal.
You know, if you've got 10 kittens that you're dumping in the canal, for
This would
example,
apply to that act.
that's 10 counts.
You know,
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question for the
So
chief.
again, that the criminal court is going to be, their threshold will be different than the administrative court. So I know it's kind of
Yeah,
difficult
'cause
to
they don't wanna
understand.
Put them
Yeah,
in jail.
so you're making it an ordinance. So when they get the citizens, let's say they do it by citizen's arrest, we don't catch them red-handed ourselves.
Preponderance of evidence,
Um,
beyond a shadow of a doubt.
cite them out. They send the citation over to the court. Court processes that citation. The court will contact me, as they always do. Never they get a citation for violation of a city ordinance. Tell me, you gotta come in and, rein him. I just take it over. So the DA doesn't have to be involved at all.
Got it. So it can go through the
There's
administrative.
lots of
citation process.
situations where typically it happens with DUIs. They get popped for a DUI and there's something in their car that's a violation of some little ordinance, or they're doing something that's a violation of an ordinance, and they'll cite them also for that ordinance. The DA will contact me and say, I've got a defendant here and they're prosecuting him for violating this ordinance. We need you in here to take care of that part of it. Happens all the time.
You know what's interesting nowadays? People take videos like those two ladies that dumped those kitties, those kittens.
Mhm.
It was all over Channel 24. All the news got involved, so they're all over the place. So, I mean, just because we're saying we're not catching them, the news are getting involved now and putting it out there. So.
Well, I'd hate to be caught on video doing something like that because you would be just
In the court
a
of public
very
opinion,
hated person.
definitely.
On a different way.
Did anybody from the public have any opinion on this? Any questions? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment or question?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this time.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council.
Yeah, can I make a comment before we
Sure.
go on? I just want to thank city attorney for finally taking care of it. No, just kidding. It's been a while, but you know what? We need it because and the chief can tell you there's so many animals being dumped, and it's horrible some of the things that happen to these poor animals.
Yep.
So thank you. And
I just have
hopefully-
one
More
more
than welcome.
question, attorney. So you mentioned if they dump them like at someone's business or so if they do dump them, because that's a complaint. In fact, that's gonna be my future item for an agenda item. But they're dumping them like, say, at Walmart. And Walmart has cameras. So if Walmart says, yeah, they dumped these kittens here or dogs, and they have the cameras and the proof and it catches, say, their license plate, then they can prosecute, right?
If we convince the person at Walmart who got them on film to sign a citation, yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve this item? Introduce and do the first reading of ordinance 2025-11?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. All right. On to future agenda items. Council requests for future agenda items not subject to public comment. Items require a consensus. Do council members have any future agenda items?
Sure, you're gonna start from over here.
We
No,
can start
we
with
could-
Councilman
next-
Avalos.
No, go ahead.
I'll have free speech, council
No,
member.
We're gonna take, we're gonna go down, we're gonna go down the road.
Well,
Go ahead,
good
Councilman.
question.
Go ahead.
Good question right now.
Okay, we'll come back.
Come back.
Okay, start with.
Oseguera.
Now that we're talking, I'm sorry, now that we're talking about animals,
Mhm.
the ordinance that was put in, by Fresno, the city of Fresno, you and I talked about it.
The breeding
The
thing,
breeding.
Yes, yes.
I will take a look at that and we'll get that on your
Please,
agenda.
Take your time
Yes,
on this one. You
awesome.
already. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to get direction from my council brothers and sister regarding giving direction to the IRMA representative to change the reporting protocols for all IRMA claims, to change the contacts on the IRMA claims from the current, whatever those are, to the city attorney and the city manager for all claims reporting. Do I have direction from the council to send an email to the claims council for the IRMA policy to change the report, to change the claims
Yeah, you know,
contact?
yeah, I,
That's
yes,
one.
I'm good.
Um,
I'm
second
good.
it.
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm good.
All right, that's consensus. Okay, I'll send that email. Thank you. Anybody, council?
Yeah,
Mayor
I
Pro
have
Tem
a-
Guerra?
I need to know if I need to put this on there, Neil, but I did receive complaints in regards to the feral cats that are all over, and they're having, they're multiplying and multiplying. And one gentleman mentioned to me that I guess Kingsburg and Madera have something in place where they capture them and they get them neutered and fixed.
First of all, tell me where they are. I want them. I have squirrels and rabbits everywhere on 5 acres.
Okay.
Because of all of my feral cats got killed by
Yeah.
the coyotes. Anyway, that's just a joke. But yeah, they do have lots of programs around here.
Okay.
There's a couple of places in your neighborhood, I think.
Mhm.
One of them is it's called the Cat Haven or something.
Cat House on the
Cat
King.
House on the King.
There you go.
Earlier.
That's it.
Yeah.
They have people that come out and they will trap them. They set up traps
Right.
and they take them. I don't know what they do with them.
Well, I know, but right now
Sanctuary.
they're packed. I mean, they don't have any, because they couldn't come and help this gentleman. And he said there's about 17 cats. And he said, they said they're maxed already. They can't come and help them.
But what they do is they have a trap and rescue. They trap them, fix them, and then put them back where they
Yeah,
found them.
that's
But
what
they
it's,
can no longer reproduce, so. Less of a.
Yeah, that's what they do. They trap them, they get them fixed.
Dump them back where they were.
Then they gotta figure out what to do with them. I think, most of these places will take them to a shelter.
mhm. Yeah, but see, that's what he said. He called the shelter and they can't take him. They can't help him.
And that's the problem with cats. There's just so many of them.
Yeah.
And they reproduce so quickly. And so, the litters are huge. And so, yeah, you get to that point, it's a real problem. See, out where I live,
Mhm.
there's things wandering around that kill the cats
Yeah.
too. So, they have, they kill and they get killed. So, All I can do is try to locate you somebody that will come out here and
Rescue and get them.
put out the traps.
Yeah,
I
we
think
could-
locally, we can also act with our
Yes.
animal shelter.
In our in Fresno, they have it in Fresno. A lot of cities have them. We just don't have any programs like
We
that.
used to take cats at the animal shelter.
Yeah, they used to.
So now that we're
They don't do
doing
it
what we're
anymore?
doing. Well, I don't know what happened, but now we're doing what we're doing, moving it out to Parks Community Services, getting a shelter manager. Hopefully we can change the protocol on that. We have an advisory group. Love to see that get back. And you know what happened, right? Somebody died and left $73,000 to the shelter. And what we used it for was to buy a tough shed and to turn it into a cat house. And that's what we did. We put an AC in there and we had it as a cat house. They use it as storage now. They don't put cats in there anymore. That's not a value judgment, good or bad, but maybe we can work with the shelter. You know, it's a city funded shelter with those funds and that budget, and hopefully we can work with our shelter to start taking cats again. Because it is definitely needed here in our city. TNR is great, but you're putting them back where they were before. They just can't reproduce. You know, are you really helping them that much? I know cats can get along. Wouldn't it be better to get them in and get them out and adopted? There are just so many of them. So I'm, you know, do our best. Right, but I think Mayor Pro Tem, I think we can work with local resources on that and hopefully.
Well,
city
yeah,
attorney has
it's a
some
matter of
resources
getting them
outside.
fixed because otherwise you just
Gotta get 'em.
multiple.
Yeah,
You
they
do.
keep, yeah.
They'll keep
And,
multiplying.
and if you want some,
Where
go
we-
drive by the
Still on
post
picture.
office behind, go by the alley. You'll see them there.
Jim, are you
Or
ready?
go to Home Depot. They got tons over
He's got 'em.
there.
He's got 'em.
Walmart.
I think I'm kidding, but I'm going there.
No, go get them, Neil. I should tell Mr.
Pick them up. Any other?
Jim has.
Councilman Trio? Councilman Avalos?
Yeah, I do. I actually, I need a more, more cost, I want to say, analysis is in our engineering department. I want to know average dollar, what we're paying him on an average dollar, not the grants that are included beyond just itself.
The ones that aren't
Uh,
reimbursed by
reimbursed, yeah.
permits,
Permits and stuff like,
you know, where he gets, yeah.
yeah. And also, I need a report from the code enforcer, what he's doing out there as far as, on the city, what kind of reports, I need a report, like, what's he doing, like, what kind of citations or people he's making contacts with, or what, you know, how do you dealing with the public as far as,
Will be the chief, but he's not here.
Chief could issue a
yeah, the
report or
chief,
something
yeah,
on
but-
like
yeah, with the chief. you know.
citations.
Well, he's not, he took off on me, so. Yeah, well, you know, it's,
All right, cool. Okay, now we're gonna move on to council reports. Councilman Trio, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll move on. Councilman Lescara.
We've got like 20 of them.
Go ahead, Jim. Did you want to give a report? You know what? I have an item. I want to invite everybody to the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency Maintenance Facility. It's going to be, it's named in honor of the beloved Fowler Mayor, David Cardenas. His family's going to be there. They're from Selma. And the ribbon cutting is going to be on August 22nd. So come on by, come see it. It's very nice. Fowler.
We're
It's
gonna
gonna
get an
be-
email right from chamber.
We're gonna get an email inviting everybody. Just wanted you guys to, probably around 10.
Wait for the email. Wait for the
But
email.
wait for the email, but it's coming. Anybody else?
Esmeralda Soria is gonna be down at Maiden Voyage on August 12th. Everybody's invited. I got invited by the people from Mid Valley. So I'm gonna go see if I can talk to her about getting some dinero. August 12th is, I don't have my. August 12th.
Anybody
I
else?
think it's I think it's 8:30 or something. 9:30 or 8:30 or 9:30. I'll send you.
Awesome. Any oral communications tonight? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor, I see no hands raised at this
Thank
time.
you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out and sticking it out till the end. We're going to adjourn our meeting and go into closed session. So let's take a 5-minute break and council will come back and get our last piece of work in tonight.
You guys are good.